you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome.
fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome
shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste and a warm welcome again to Healing Our Earth. Time goes by, it's a week gone by already. I hope you're all tuning in, and a warm welcome to our session today. The theme today is what's always going on everyone's lips, but hopefully you have some time to talk about something else. But the whole theme today is on COVID and some inspiring stories, not a negative view, but inspiring stories. We've got some great individuals with us today, and a warm welcome to all of our guests and to all of you joining Healing Our Earth. So before, as always, we start, we try and invoke the higher. This is a positive community channel for all of you. This is your channel. If you've got ideas, you want to join in a moment, we're telling you what will be going on in the coming weeks ahead. But as we all start with positivity, may we chant a prayer. So always when I start, and a welcome, my name is Dr. Milan Shah. I'm a local doctor here in London. I'm broadcasting from London today, wherever you are in the world. I know this reaches out, Healing Our Earth has reached out to over 130, 170 countries. And at any one time, maybe 20 or 30 countries may be watching. So wherever you're watching, a global namaste to you. Please join with us as we chant. I always enjoy starting the program with a universal prayer, and this is from our ancient Sanskrit tradition. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May no one suffer. Om Shanti. May all be at peace. So with that, please, wherever you are, join in. May you be blessed with that healing in your life wherever you are at home, and may that positivity come to you, and may we all serve our communities around us. And we've got some lovely individuals who've done that. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So hope you're all keeping well and safe at home. Wherever you are in the world, there's still our advice generally is look, stay home, stay safe. If you have to go around wearing your masks, social distancing, and washing your hands. And those of you who are in countries where the vaccination has started, today we'll be covering that theme of vaccination. Please do go ahead when your time is there to go ahead and be vaccinated so that our protection may be there. But these are about inspiring stories and healing our earth. In a moment, I'm going to show you what's coming up in the coming weeks as well. This is our 60th session. So the moment we've got Murali joining us. In a moment, Murali, we're going to be spotlighting you and really excited to meet with you because you've got some really a really enjoyable story to share with us. But with that, I'm just going to share screen for a moment. So Murali, we can see you on the screen. Namaste and Avanakam to you as well. In a moment, I'm just going to share screen for a moment just to show you what is also coming up as well. So hopefully you can see here. Hopefully those you can see, maybe a thumbs up. Murali, you can see the screen as well. You can see what's coming up. So next week, romantic and love. You may want to share a message. It's Valentine's next Sunday, the 14th. The Sunday after the 21st, we'll be having a motivational, inspirational session. Sunday the 28th will be kids and teenagers. And Sunday, the 7th of March, will be International Women's Day. So you can see Healing Our Earth is already very well lined up as well. But without further ado, we'd like to welcome our first guest as well. So with us, so we've got Murali Tirumurthy with us. So namaste to you. And I'd like to just share a few words about him. So Murali is going to be, well, we'll see what he's going to talk to us about. He's a software consultant for IBM for over the last 20 years with experience in various software technologies. He graduated from Madras, or now Chennai University in Tamil Nadu, specializing in electronics and communication engineering. He worked for Wipro Systems in India and moved to UK in 1998. So you're very much now a Britisher. Have you? I hope you've got used to the weather. We'll show you outside. It started to snow again today, so hope you've got used to that as well. And he started his own consultancy services maybe 17 years ago in 2003, currently providing his service to IBM. He has a passion for technology and golf. And Murali's put his engineering and software skills together to help the community in a very small way in the first wave of the COVID pandemic. He started building a 3D printer and printed face shields when there was a severe shortage of PPE, protective equipment, as we know, in the UK. And he distributed these face shields to local schools, GP surgeries, and social care homes, and anyone who wanted them. So really excited to know what a 3D printer is. You maybe show us a bit more. I've heard about it and how you can print a face shield. Murali, namaste and a warm welcome. We'll be together now for the next 20, 25 minutes, however long we can interact. I'm sure I think you've got some presentation to share with us as well.
Thank you, Dr. Milan Shah. Thanks for your introduction. Namaste, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Meeta Joshiji for introducing me to this wonderful platform, and Neil Kumar in helping in the background production activities. I'm really honored to be here to present this along with such a wonderful and expert panel. I chose the title for my presentation as COVID 3D because I would like to discuss the third dimension of this COVID pandemic. I see it, the first dimension being the doom and gloom what we hear in media and news for the last year or so. And the second dimension being the struggle, suffering, and sacrifice of everyone, the real heroes, doctors and nurses, or the little children who can't go to school, or university kids, they can't go to university. In my opinion, the best time of their life they are missing out on. Or the elderly and vulnerable, unable to meet their loved ones. and of course, the great loss of loved ones. So we have witnessed all these adversities in one way or the other. But I would like to concentrate on the third dimension of this pandemic, which is the community spirit. How communities pull together, work together to help each other. Doctors and nurses put their patient's life ahead of them to serve them. Or individuals taking care of our neighbors, elderly neighbors, checking up on them, how they are doing, or buying them groceries. Or everyone wearing a mask to protect one another. So that's the community spirit I want to speak about. And one example of that is a 3D printing community. At the initial stage of the pandemic, there was an acute shortage of PPE equipment, especially face shields and masks. And that's when the 3D printing community tried to help in a very small way, however small it can be. They tried to help to produce those face shields. And some of them went even further to print some ventilator valves. I'm going to present how I went about in this process, how I started, and how I managed to print those face shields. And I'm pretty sure it's exactly the similar process that many of the 3D printing community would have gone through. So it's a representation of that community, just to show how it is done. I'm going to share a PowerPoint presentation and also just to show the process involved and the technical aspects of it too. Hopefully it won't be too technical. I'll try and make it not too technical. Let me share my screen now.
Definitely. And while you're sharing, so those of you know, PPE stands for personal protective equipment, and that might have been masks, various different aspects, even as a doctor, what I wear on a daily basis. But as Murli says, one particular thing is a face shield. And it'll be good to now see your, I think we'll hopefully get lovely. We've got your screen share. So I will come out of the spotlight, hopefully. And there you are, lovely.
Right. So this is me, Murli Tirumurthy. So where it all started, if you look at this news article from BBC, coronavirus NHS workers told to close their eyes if patient coughs. These are all the articles which made me think when I'm an IT consultant, so I work from home in the safe confinement of my home office. But looking at this article made me think I had to do something about this. So that's when I started looking around and see whether there is any way I could help, whether I could put my technical skills, either it's a software or electronics, together to help the community. While looking around, I found there was a vast 3D community that's already on the case. And one such a community I found was, one such a company I found is a Swedish company, 3D Workstan. So they've already made a prototype of a face shield, and they've got approval from the European Commission as well, ISO 838 approval. By the way, we were in EU at the time. So I came across this online design. So I thought, okay, might as well try this. But at that point, I had no idea what 3D printing is all about. I'd never done any 3D printing, so I didn't know anything about it. I just thought I should do it. So I just went with it. So as you do, you order online. You found a 3D printer. The printers can be very expensive, 3D printers, or it can be low end to the high end. And being a beginner, I didn't want to spend a lot of money and not knowing whether I can be successful or not. So I ordered a relatively cheaper printer. It's called the Ender 3 Pro. One of my close friends, Mikey Baralic, from Bosnia, he was into 3D printing. He recommended that printer. But only the downside of that printer is you will have to assemble. It all comes as an individual electronic component. It's not a prefabricated item. You have to build it yourself. So I started assembling it on a Sunday afternoon, put together all these parts together. As you can see in the picture there, I've spent an afternoon putting those parts together. There are lots of YouTube tutorials available to help with this, and it's not a difficult task. Anyone can do it. It's just leveling the bed. Printer bed is the tricky bit when you initially start, but rest of it is it's straightforward. If you have a little bit of electronics knowledge or not, there are these days so many YouTube channels there. They explain how to put them all together. So it's pretty straightforward. So that's what I went and did, and I built the printer. Okay, now what? I've got the printer, I've got a design, I don't know what to do. So that's when I started learning more about it. And apparently the base product or base for the whole 3D printing is a file called STL file. STL stands for stereolithography file. So you can use, I don't know, you might have heard of some of the 3D printing, 3D software like Autodesk, Fusion, CAD/CAM softwares. They can all produce this STL file. So all you have to do is you have to design this 3D object and use that software to produce that STL file, stereolithography file. So that's the base for 3D printing. So this file I got hold from the Swedish company. So I have now the STL file. So what next? I can't feed this STL file directly into a 3D printer. I need to have a way to make the 3D printer to understand this STL file. So that's when researching a bit more about it, I found something called slicing software. So what happens is you got a 3D object. The 3D printer works in a way that it can move its head from X, Y, and Z coordinate. So the STL file is an object now that is fed into a software called Ultimaker Cura. That is a slicing software. What that slicing process does is it slices the 3D object into a small layers of 0.3 mm height. So it slices the object into 0.3 mm height and it produces X, Y, Z coordinates. So point A to point B, it maps them all, the object, as an X, Y, Z coordinate. And that set of instructions is called a G code. So I converted that STL file using the Ultimaker Cura and produced a G code. And this is the G code you fed into the 3D printer to print the object. So here is my 3D printer and in action, where I've uploaded the G code files into the 3D printer. And I'm going to share a small demo of it. I couldn't do a live demo because of technological issues. I tried, but I'm going to show you a video of that, what I've recorded earlier. Just a second.
That's fantastic, Murli. It's like a cooking demonstration. Here's one I made earlier. So it's excellent so far, and I'm really impressed that you managed to order a printer and then build it yourself. That was excellent work.
Thank you.
So
I'm going to play a video now. I'm going to mute myself.
Great.
It's got its own audio.
Great.
So,
You're still on your PowerPoint share. Oh, perfect. I think it might now come on. Lovely. Yeah, we can see it.
okay, I'm going to play it now.
As you can see here, I've got a 3D printing going. So I can explain the parts and the process that's involved in 3D printing as quickly as I can. As you can see at the top of the printer, there's a coil of filament. That filament is what is used to print the 3D object. This filament is called PLA, which is a polylactic acid filament that's made out of corn, a corn-based filament. So that's a biodegradable filament, and hence the reason I've used them. So this filament gets pulled down by a mechanical extruder. This mechanical part pulls the filament, and that gets pushed through this white tube. The white tube is connected to the other end of an hot end extruder. As the name says, the hot end extruder is set at 220 degrees Celsius. So at that temperature, the filament gets melted and it gets printed on the bed. So you can see here the hot end extruder head is moving in X and Y direction for each layer. Once it finishes one layer, it goes up by 3 millimeters and starts printing the next layer. So how is this done? As you can remember from the previous slide, the G code instructs the 3D printer to move in X, Y, and Z coordinate. And that's how the head moves, the filament, heated filament melts and deposits on the bed. And as you can see here, I've got 2 frames getting printed, and this whole process takes about an hour to print. So during the first wave of the pandemic, I had about 500 frames printed. So it's about 250 hours of 3D printing. You can see here, I can show you this. The hot end is set at 220 degrees and the bed is set at 60 degrees Celsius. And that's how it's the 3D printing works. And once it's printed, I've got some of the old printed frames here. So that's the frame that goes onto your head. We need to attach some plastic sheet to that. So here you can see I've got a plastic sheet attached to the frame. Thanks to my wife and kids, they have helped me with this process. They would punch holes and they will attach it to this frame. So that's how we managed to get about 500 frames produced during the first wave of the pandemic. This is the whole process. Hope it is clear. If you have any questions, please do ask me at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's stop sharing now. Hope you were able to see that demo.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was great to see. And that whole process will then take about an hour to give you, what was it, 1 or 2 face shields at a time?
2 face shields at a time. Yeah.
Great.
Excellent. 2 frames. Yeah.
Fine.
And just going through my presentation now. So I can see here, so the frame gets printed, and then I had to attach the plastic sheet. So what I had to do first initially is to make a paper-based punched hole so that I can get that fit correct. So this is where I was trying out. And once I've got the paper template right, and then I've started punching holes in those plastic shields and attaching it to the frame. And that's what you can see here. That's the finished product. And once we got the prototype right, and that's where my family joined in the assembly line, we started printing about hundreds of them each week. So my wife here, Ranjani, kids, Ritika, 18, and Mamta, 14, got involved in attaching those plastic sheet to the frame. So it was a good family fun time during the lockdown. Here they are attaching the shields to the frame. And we had good fun. We had good fun doing this as a family together.
So that's good. Rather than playing Monopoly or chess, you were making face shields.
Yes, yeah, during that period, yes.
Yeah.
And once we got this printed and attached those plastic sheets, we contacted local council-run care homes because I didn't think at the time, even in the media, they picked up on the care home side of it. So I called, and they were very happy to come and collect it from us. So we've given quite a number of face shields to the local council-run care homes to begin with. And then I gave it to the local GP surgeries, went and handed over to my local surgeries. And my wife is a teacher, works in a school, and she took to her school, and friends of hers, we given face shield to their friend's school as well. And some of the ambulance drivers, they got to know about this, and they asked, and we distributed some to them. And friends who needed them. And I published in our local Hindu community WhatsApp group, and given it to anyone needed from that group as well. We made around 500 face shields over the first 3-month period, and we've distributed most of them. I've got about, as you can see behind me, some of them left at the moment. So there was a material drama. While we were printing, I mean, we printed, I never got any money or material or the time I spent for this project. It's all something I felt I need to do for the community as a service. So I never, never bothered to about money there. But some raw material sellers had other ideas. I bought material from Amazon and eBay. Initially, they were all selling it for X pounds, let's say. And during the pandemic, they've all become like double the price. And that is something I didn't like, but it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we need to, forget these things. I'm sure they will have their own reasons. Maybe they didn't find the material. They have to go, different ways to get them, or what, I don't know. Similar problems with the plastic sheets as well. I couldn't source them early enough, and the prices have doubled during that period. And those are the things I would like to forget. And it's not a big thing, but at the end of the day, we were able to produce and we were able to hand it out. And was it a well worth a journey? Of course it is. I learned a lot about 3D printing and got an opportunity. I really thank God that I got an opportunity to do something for the community at the time of the crisis, in however small way it is. It's not a big thing, but it is in a small way I was able to help the community. That's what I was more satisfied. As a family, we were very pleased, and we were able to do something for the community. Here there are some pictures where the local surgeries and ambulance drivers who have sent those pictures as a appreciation or thanking us for that. Thank you very much. That's my presentation. Over to you, Dr. Milan Shah.
Fantastic, Murli. I hope really enjoyed that. And you look too young to have an 18-year-old child. So clearly, we've got Anilji joining us later on. He'll tell us some tips for young health. But clearly, you've already imbibed those. But jokes apart, and where are you based actually in UK? Out of interest.
I'm from working in Surrey, Doctor. It's not very far from London. Sure. It's about 20 minutes journey into London by train.
Fine. So in that local area, you managed to reach out to, I think, really important places like care homes, ambulance drivers, whoever needed those at that time. And I'm sure they're still being used at the moment as well, because we're still, even as doctors, when I see a patient, if we're not sure, particularly if we're going to examine the throat or the eyes, or we're seeing a patient who's currently coughing, we're expected to cover our eyes. So as you know, both of us are wearing spectacles, but even then that's regarded not sufficient protection. And as we know from that first lockdown, some of the doctors that did unfortunately develop COVID quite in a serious way were doctors who are very close to patients, such as ophthalmologists and ENT specialists as well. So that was fantastic. You learned a new skill, even though you are technologically minded. I saw you with your drill and all these things in the background. That was amazing. But even then, you picked up a new skill. And I think what you embody as well was that feeling of, please, may I do something? I think there were people around thinking, what can I do? And everyone somehow used whichever skill they could do, particularly in that first lockdown, which in UK was in March and April, and how you also involved your family. So I'm going to just share, we're nearly running out of time, but I would like to just share some experiences that you had. What were the feelings that came up? You mentioned some of the challenges, but what was it like when you gave that mask to other people?
Oh, it's amazing. It's a wonderful feeling that I was able to do something for the community. That's the main part of it. Even though we were worried because of COVID and not being from a medical field, to go and go into a surgery at the time when it was at the peak. Oh, is my video okay?
Yeah, it's slightly freezing, but we can hear you okay. So
okay, that's fine. It was apprehensive to go and approach in a clinical atmosphere, but the doctors were all very, very appreciative of the effort, and they are able to take it and hell, I appreciate that. We got some cards as well from the doctors, local surgeries, thanking us for that. It was a great gesture from them, taking a time out during the pandemic to send us a card thanking us. That was great.
So I think this is a clear example of using some new skills, develop them, and what the positives that can happen in this time. As you began in your initial point that there have been many challenges, but something can rise, you can develop something. And so thank you for sharing your journey. And thanks, I think no doubt family has a great role. So I'm sure you had the support of your wife and your children as well. Maybe at times they wanted to sit down and watch television or something, but you said, no, we've got another 100 masks to get ready.
Absolutely. Without their help, I wouldn't have managed to do it. They were strength behind me. They helped me all the way through many weekends and evenings when I was away from them and printing this. And they did they put up with all that, and they helped me. Without them, I couldn't have done it. Absolutely.
Sure. And I presume that's your printer behind you. That's the same printer.
Indeed, yes.
The £300 printer, which is still a lot of money, but in printer terms, it's still quite reasonably priced, certainly. So you did really well.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
So I think with that, we thank you for coming on Healing Our Earth, and do we welcome to see you back in the future, maybe with some new 3D printing. Maybe you've printed something new, and have you printed anything else out of interest? Have you caught the bug, the 3D printing bug?
I'm mindful of not wasting the resources. I printed some very essential stuff for the family, which is in the gardening, where we have some jasmine plant, and the climbers, they were all over the frame. So I used the 3D printing to print some hooks and things like that, phone holders, that kind of stuff. But I tend not to waste the resource and pollute the earth as well. I would love to print a lot of things, but I'm mindful of I don't want to waste the resource, so I'm using it sparingly when it is absolutely necessary.
No, sure. So with that, in a moment, I'm just going to ask you for one maybe final tip or so on. But it was nice that you also use sort of a biodegradable material, and you could print whatever if you needed to, some essentials. So usually, yes, I think if it's the wife, what can I make you, and you can make something up. But with that, I think just a final sort of farewell point. If for those who are watching, what positive message would you like to sort of share from your experience of what you've shared today?
First of all, nothing is difficult. It may look complicated, but it wasn't. So if you put your mind to anything, you can do it. And when you want to help the community, you go out of your comfort zones to do it. So that's you can do anything you want if you put your mind to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking away. Someone who went out of their comfort zone, could have just stayed at home, carried on, but you wanted to do something. And as we know, the Sanskrit word of seva, also the concept of yagna spirit, as we hear in, that concept of bringing in that wider picture, or that concept of karma yoga, all these sort of terms, maybe spiritual terms, but I felt that you personified those. And I can see that in your smiling face. So namaste, and really great to have you on. And I'm sure
Thank
we'll
you very
see you
much.
again.
Thank you very much.
Good. Excellent. So that was, I don't know if you guys at home enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. I've never even seen a 3D printer in work before, or sometimes you see these really big things being printed, but this was something really practical, and it is being used. It's still being used. I can say for sure that people still need visors and so on. So that was very, very helpful. So let's carry on our journey. So we've started in UK. It's been 2 o'clock. It's now 2:30. Wherever you are in the world, hopefully you're carrying on. I'm going to share a screen briefly to show you what's coming up. Let's see if this can work. Let's try again. So hopefully you can see the screen. We've just had Murali with us. And if we go down as well, you can see we've got Anil G with us. Really excited to have you, Anil. And we're going to introduce you in the minute at 2:30, which is coming up now. This is UK times. We've got Bhavani coming up at 3:15. We then have a very special Shraddhanjali for Seema at 3:40. We then, interestingly, will have a live site with a vaccine site in UK with one of the founding members of a vaccine site around 4 o'clock. We then hand over to Sheila, and in the afternoon, we're going to have Chirag, Dr. Chirag Pandya, talking us again about breathing and sleeping and increasing your immunity. We've got Dr. Bhatt joining us about the gut that can be the hero. That's going to be really interesting. And one of our resident speakers, Dr. Pankania, at later on. So you can see what's being shown, what's coming up as well. So really looking forward to that as well. So without further ado, we can see our next speaker has joined. So hopefully we can spotlight Anil Grover with us, who is currently, Anilji, I presume you are in India at the moment.
Yes, I'm in India at the moment, Milan, Dr.
Yeah,
Milan, yes.
good. Lovely to see you looking radiant. What I don't know what time it is in India at the moment. It's probably the evening now.
8 o'clock here.
Okay, good. Well, good evening to you. And I hope currently in London, it is 0 degrees and it's actually just slightly snowing outside. So it's a slightly different weather to where you may be. So for those who are watching, I'd like to just give a brief introduction to Anilji. Really excited to have him on. And the whole theme, we'll see which themes are coming up, but certainly of this post-COVID syndrome, really interested to hear, and the healing back to optimal health. Anil is a certified functional medicine health coach through the School of Applied Functional Medicine in Massachusetts and also the Institute of Integrative Nutrition in New York. Also a graduate of plant-based nutrition certificate through the Colin Campbell Center in New York. So a real background in functional medicine as well as nutrition, and is also a practitioner and teacher of meditation for over 30 years as a social service. And a particular obsession really with proactive, holistic approach to health came out of his own experiences with a family's cancer journey, and now educates, inspires, and empowers others to be leaders and nurturers in their own health and wellness. So the theme today, I presume now, is going to be on post-COVID challenges, such as respiratory or fatigue or gut issues. So someone may have had COVID, but after that, some people fully recover. Others may need time to recover and are left with things. And Anilji has given us a bit of a background of, he may speak about viruses, understanding our own immune system, and what happens when viruses enter our body. But with that, we've got time together. We've got the next sort of 40 minutes together, however long or short you need. And let's enjoy that journey together, Anilji. Welcome and namaste.
Yes, so global healing to global namaste, healing to everyone who's watching. And Dr. Milan, Nil Kumar, I thank you and everyone else for the wonderful opportunity you all have given me to be of service to your wonderful community, to the wonderful task you all are doing. It's great to get people together at such a time. So yes, last year has been stressful, challenging, but after the darkness, there is always light. And I believe that we always are learning something. The wisdom of the universe is always there to teach us. There's always positivity in everything. So this evening, let us get together. And my wish is that I can throw some light on how to get back to where we were, that joyful moments, being able to meet everyone, travel around. So no matter we went through all these things, so there is always something to learn. So I would like to share. So I share my screen now. So is it clear, the screen?
Yes, we can see it perfectly. We can see a slide saying pandemics of the 20th century.
Yeah, okay. So Dr. Miller, yes, and everyone watching. So this just shows that COVID or viruses, this is just a snapshot I picked up for just viral pandemics. And just last 100 years only, it didn't go back far further on, just 100 years, there was swine, Spanish flu, 50 million lost their lives, Asian flu, Hong Kong flu, AIDS still carrying on, 30 million, and 2019 COVID. The purpose to show this is that viruses always existed. They are ubiquitous, they will always be there, and they are not going away. They are not going to go away. So we have to understand that, there is some much deeper knowledge, wisdom than what we can comprehend. Otherwise, God or the universe or the earth would not have viruses. Maybe they come as a challenge or they come to teach us something, but they always came and they went. So the only choice what we have, what is in our control, is our perspective, how we look at it, and the body which God has given us, nature has given us, how can we make it resilient? Proactively, how can we make it strong so that we never wish, but as we see the past, future, something more would come up. But I'm sure we are learning, our medical system, scientists, everyone is learning and will be better equipped if any such thing comes up. But each one of us individually has the control over our bodies and our mind. So let's take an analogy. Supposing, tomorrow morning we get up and there's information everywhere, news, 10 o'clock, everyone has to start jogging. That's it. No one can avoid it. And you can't stop. You have to keep running, keep moving, keep jogging, not allowed to stop. So what's going to happen? You carry on and you carry on. So some will not make it. Some just will unfortunately collapse, maybe the elderly, or maybe even the young who perhaps were not used to walking, running so much, or had some illnesses. So what does that teach us? That was jogging the cause of the problem, that I could not do it, I collapsed? Or was it something else? Or was it that I was not prepared? I was not, my lifestyle was such that I was not healthy, or maybe my age. So similarly, when this virus came about, as they always come about, this one, novel means new. Our body's immune system, the adaptive immune system did not have the resources ready to attack it. So it becomes a challenge. So what I'm saying is that they could be, they are triggers, they are challenges. Yes, unfortunately, many lost their lives, and very sad case. But it's our health which is more important. The proactive health is more important. Let's take, for example, this is my body's immune system, my soldiers, immune system, immunity, they are like soldiers protecting us. So now these soldiers seem to be under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of activity going on. And if they have another onslaught from the army, from the enemy, it won't be easy for them. Similarly, supposing my immune system is under that condition, and then if this novel virus, or any virus, but this time, let us say this new COVID virus were to enter my body, so, and my immune system has to handle it from this standpoint where it's already overstressed, naturally it's not going to be easy. So during this 1 year, we learned, everyone picked up many new words. For example, let us say comorbidity. We all heard it, comorbidity is so, it's bad, it can get into, end up in a bad way if a person comes under COVID onslaught. So our lifestyle, actually, the word comorbidity, actually it's almost multi-morbidity, means we are having many chronic illnesses, which we just take it for granted. We just take it for granted, like diabetes, blood pressure, cholesterol, and we think it's part of life. There are medicines for it. They are great medicines, wonderful. But lifestyle, are we trying to be proactive and overcome them with a doctor's help, with a change in lifestyle so that we need less medication? Because with multi-morbidity, there was polypharmacy, lots of medicines. We had to have medicines for all of them. These medicines come with lots of strong side effects, lots of interactions. And now the COVID coming in. So some made it, some got no symptoms. For some, it was very bad. And for some, it was very unfortunate. So we can, pass on the blame to the system, to God even, to nature, or to why, or to the medical system. But they all were doing a fantastic job. Everyone was doing their best. We saw that. But what about us? What can I do? The only thing what we can do is make ourselves more resilient. We can make ourselves more healthy so that the wonderful, immune system which nature has given me, which this earth, God has given me, let me support it so that we end up with less casualties. So, my immunity, the talk is not to go technical, so just, we have two parts, innate and adaptive. So if we understand how it works, for me, it's nature's phenomenal, sophisticated marvel. If you could understand it, how amazing it is. Who made it? How does it function? It's unbelievable. For me, there is no human army in the world till today created which can match our immune system. Yes. So we have to thank it. So to thank it, it's doing its job. Viruses are going to be there forever, but we have to prime, modulate, support the immune system. So how do we do that? So just first of all, it's so fascinating. Innate, adaptive. Innate is which is in the front line, let us say, the moment it encounters anything, let's say the nasal or our gut, that is the doorway between the outside world and my inside world. So there we have around 60-70% of the immune system is stationed there, 24 hours surveillance, and it sees anything, it encounters it. That's the innate. And then we have a very sophisticated adaptive. So the coronavirus comes, so the innate ones, they handle it. So supposing my innate was good, they would handle it there. At the same time, message has passed on to the sophisticated adaptive one. And we came across this last 1 year, another word which everyone knows now, antibodies. So antibodies are very special, let's say, armament, soldiers. So they are made specific to the specific virus. So we never had it before because this was a novel, a new virus. So our adaptive immune system gets messages through, another word became very popular, cytokine. They are messengers. So message comes from the innate at the front line to the behind the scenes sophisticated ones to make this very special targeted machinery to take and kill the COVID virus, which takes around a week's time or 4-5 days. So it's fascinating how it works. It's fascinating. So the purpose of the talk is, how can I support it? You know, that is our responsibility. That is each one of our responsibility. So I just take a break here and stop the sharing so that we can get to see Dr. Milan, and let's have his ideas. Then we move on to
Definitely.
what can we do to support our, or he's done the sharing.
So yeah, if you could stop, I think your screen is still on at the moment. If you could do stop screen sharing.
Yes.
Perfect. So I love the analogy. Well, many things. First, that viruses have been around, they've come and gone, and this is nothing new in that one sense. And I think that gives us a sense of a bigger picture, because I think at the moment, certainly in the last year, our entire media, our lives have been totally sort of overwhelmed by COVID, to think this is the only time this catastrophe has happened. And I think this is probably because we're now in this world of social media where the previous viruses were not there. So they didn't get quite the publicity that COVID has been given. But then the analogy of the jogging, that look, if, you know, when someone is asked to do something and then they can't quite cope, is that the fault of let's give COVID an example. When we can't cope with COVID, it is a different one. I mean, even as a physician, and I'm sure you've seen as being a health worker as well, that some people seem to be responding in different ways. Some who've got comorbidities seem to get through it quite well, and others who seem to be quite healthy seem to have really succumbed badly. But generally, as you're right, those who have got more conditions, and and the point you made of comorbidities or, you know, polymorbidity, it almost becomes a fad. Or I've got blood pressure, I've got cholesterol, and it just becomes the norm, as you say. And I'm very, you know, grateful that I practice in UK, where we're certainly not keen at all. I'm never keen on giving medication. We will give lifestyle advice. I will work with patients so much. So, but I know other places where, you know, they may not get a chance to see a doctor so often, that you have a one hit, fine, start you on this medication. And there's a faith that, okay, that will work, which it does to some degree. But as you say, the body then has these other toxins in them, etc. So how can we adapt and make our own immune system stronger? So that's what I've picked up so far from what you've said, and also making our own immune system strong. I think getting ourselves ownership back of our own health sometimes, which is a really important thing, I think, in that whole physician-patient relationship. At times they want to hand over their health to the doctor or whoever, and that's important as well. That can sometimes promote that inner healing process. And other times, I think the good physician is one who then hands that healing process back to the person themselves.
Yes, whatever you said, Dr. Milan, absolutely agree with you. That's wonderful, the way you look at health. That's wonderful. So let me move on to the next part. Let me share my screen again. Yeah. So how can I help my immune system, the wonder which nature, God has given all of us? Everyone has it. You know, everyone has it. So the first part, I would say, let's take this example when we encountered this novel new virus, which the body was not having the memory from before to produce the antibodies immediately. So the first thing is, I think the most important thing is perspective. To be aware what happened. Like Dr. Milan just said that we got more publicity this time. Viruses always existed. And the numbers, what we saw of mortality now compared to the earlier ones was much more. And it's just that everything became more, it's interconnected, the platforms, the media, and worldwide. So perspective, there's a lot of fear also. Fear, what has happened, what can I do? And fear coming from ignorance and not getting the correct information. There's so much information out. Everyone was expert on this topic. And fear has a total direct connection with immunity. Not getting too much into the biochemistry, fear, there are certain hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, they will suppress your immune system straight away in the beginning when this thing attacks. The first part, Then we move on to nutrition, gut health. So we're just now being proactive. Then we will talk about if someone has come home from COVID, how can we heal? So nutrition plays a very important role. If from nutrition my immune system is made, from nutrition I make energy. If I don't take care of my nutrition, if I'm not eating healthy, what is healthy food? So on all these things I have separate blogs in my website. Nutrition is what I get from God's factory, which is natural, fresh fruits and vegetables, grains, whatever God is providing me, that's it. Are we eating that nowadays? Can we eat peacefully? Can we eat relaxed manner? So if the nutrients are not going in, if my gut health, where the immune system basically resides, from where the control is there, if that is compromised, lots of problems can take place. Physical activity, 20 minutes in the gym, 30 minutes in the gym, no, whole day. What am I doing whole day? My body is designed to move, But lifestyle, the lift, the car, the office, the chair, the lift, the car, home. So physical activity, energy, muscles, all have a role with the immune system. Stress, as connected to the perspective, stress can be from COVID itself, loss of jobs. It can be trauma also, some psychological or physiological. So if it is ongoing, so I'm having ongoing drips. I'm on drips of cortisol, of adrenaline, and various other hormones. So the analogy what we saw of that battlefield, so if that is my condition, chances are not good now in the future. And as Dr. Milan also said that it was strange, some with comorbidities did well and some healthy just succumbed. So that is very correct. And there we see there is some other, uh, things beyond understanding which takes place. Also these things happen, yes. But generally, we need to have all these things in proactively, which is under our control. So we have a better chance of not only COVID or any disease, of any dysfunction taking place to manage it. Sleep, proper restorative deep sleep has direct um, correlation with immunity. even one night's sleep, if we miss it, next day morning, we are more prone to catching colds and coughs, dark circles, tired, giddy feeling. Just missing out on one night's stressful sleep. So it's a responsibility that either I binge on just series after series, or during COVID, the news of the COVID, the numbers going up, numbers going down. I couldn't handle it. Everyone is doing their job. What I can handle is my mental perspective, positivity, prayers, meditation. That counts. Good wishes, so that I get a proper sleep. I sleep proper time. I get a proper time. The entry where COVID took place generally was through the nasal nose. So mucosal membrane health. If there are people, you'll see them always having allergies, running nose, and the thing is part of life. It carries on. You just have an antihistamine, it's okay. Um, so that's where it's going to enter. There's some dysfunction going on. It's not normal to be like that. Just taking up antihistamine and carrying on, or having allergies, asthma. So all these things will automatically have an effect. Supplementation. Okay, there is no supplements made in the world which can ever replace good, healthy foods. But if I'm not eating properly, eating while driving, steering in one hand and a sandwich in other hand, my sympathetic mode is stress. It will not digest food. I have to eat in a different. This all are very simple things, but they're very powerful. Lifestyle. Just by putting these into action, we can see the change in our health. So even sometimes it's necessary to be in touch with your doctor, health practitioner, and if you're not being able to eat well, is your vitamins, minerals adequate? Are some natural curcumin, boswellia, quercetin. So one can even look them up. They're also there. The research is there on prestigious journals. You can go there: New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ, British Medical Journal. So they are there. They have been researched on, and they can provide some extra support to thrive, because we have gone into a different mode of just stress, and so we have to be proactive, healthy, ready, like that, positively. And last, what we see here is meditation. I wrote it last because it's the most important. I left it for the last because meditation means that I am aware that I'm separate from my body. So I have to support my immune system. I am the awareness. I'm being aware what has happened. This what happened last year is part of the drama, is part of nature. It happened before. It got okay. It's happened again. Maybe to teach the world something. Unfortunately, many lost their lives. But there is something always to look at it in a positive way. So when I can be in that state of awareness, then I can see it in a different way. So meditation connected to, we can check if once we are in that peace, positivity, we can do a blood test, and you'll see there are different markers, hormones, and different ones when we are under stress. So that's the most important thing, because meditation normally starts from the day. We get up in the morning, and before we switch on the news of COVID, how many lost their lives today and how many numbers contracted, we can start it with this, with meditation. And then we see the news in a different way. To be aware what's happening, concern, careful is one thing, and worry is another thing. Worry will release those negative immune suppressing hormones, and concern, being proactive, will not release those hormones. So these are some things I wanted to pass on to you all. They seem very natural or day to day, but if you can implement any of them together with your doctor, together with your medications, if you're having, and you will see the changes in you, guaranteed. So then I take a break here and would like to have some suggestions, opinions from Dr. Milan. Then we move on to the last part of if someone has come home, so he has to heal now, how he should be healed. So I stop sharing. Okay.
So essentially, yeah, this is about making ourselves stronger and again, taking that responsibility for health. Sometimes we take it for granted. There are different decades in life, I think, sometimes. And I think even my younger patients, 20s, 30s, they feel they're immortal and carrying on. And then sometimes the first thing that happens is they become a parent. Suddenly they realize their mortality. They think, okay, actually, or a sense of responsibility. Okay, I've got to look after someone else and take their health a bit more seriously. Usually then something happens. There is some event, either there is a parent or a loved one who's passed away. Some event takes place, and that often then starts to make someone think, let me take responsibility for my health. That's not the ideal. Ideally, we want our children in schools, wherever they are, to be taught already how to, take simple steps. And you mentioned, I think, we'll take up one thing. You mentioned gut health or good food. I know you're going to come into recovery from COVID, but maybe just exploring on that, because I know the themes of meditation, wellness come up again on Healing Our Earth quite often. But I think particularly in this theme, where as doctors often we don't always have time to really explore someone's diet. So maybe in a minute or two, exploring what do you mean by gut health or a healthy diet?
Healthy, you can hear me?
Yep.
Gut health would be the health of there are two parts. One is nutrition. Nutrition means I'm getting all adequate vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds, that is healthy fats, legumes, grains, green leafy vegetables. We have seen plant-based whole foods. So they are not refined. They don't come under the category of, let's say, junk foods. So we see they are healing because they're full of phytonutrients. They are healing. They're full of vitamins, minerals. They are nutrient dense and anti-inflammatory because COVID viral infection, the cytokine storm mainly, we see that lots of inflammation happens in the body. And if I'm already in an inflammatory state and then sending my army to tackle it, it's already a difficult situation. So if I'm already very balanced by anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory markers are balanced, so nutrition that way is very powerful. So then gut health comes the health of my intestines, from where first part is that I have to eat proper nutritious food, part one. Then comes digestion. If I'm eating in a stressful manner, not even aware what I'm putting in my mouth, I'm seeing a TV or the phone in the hand, even the nutritious food won't get digested. Part two, digestion. Part three, after let's say is digested, then the linings of the intestine where the food particles broken down pass into the bloodstream, and then they have to travel and go and enter the cells where the action takes place. So it's many steps. So if gut health is compromised, where the immune system is basically stationed there, and allergy, autoimmunity, things can happen when the intestinal lining, which is very delicate, is not so healthy. So that what I mean is gut health. So it's very important, not only the nutrition of food, but the food, the stomach digestion, the absorption part, the detoxification part, that I'm not constipated, I'm being able to eliminate my waste every day properly. So everything is interconnected. Everything is interconnected. That's what we mean. So,
yeah, I think it's a really good point, because that daily digestion and our daily health is so important. So great. Well, look, we are cracking on here. Time is flying. So we've got our final 10 minutes. So
go to the last part.
Yeah, please do carry on to your last session.
Yeah. Okay. So the battlefield. Yes. So yes, that's being shared now. The battlefield. Okay. Okay, so battlefield. First of all, I've come home from this unfortunate experience, let's say in the hospital. Some were mild, but some really went through very difficult time, unfortunately. So the situation inside was very, very inflammatory because maybe some even went close to, sepsis perhaps because of so much of cytokine. Our immune system, it is quickly, the virus just for the public is a protein. If it's lying on the table, it can't do anything. Even if it enters my body, it can't do anything, but it has to enter our cells. It's just a protein, genetic instruction code. So we all have come to know last whole years, many words became very popular. The entry it makes through the cells which have ACE enzymes on them, which were nasal, in the lungs, kidney, heart. So those are the organs which got damaged. So when it enters the cells, in the cells, it hijacks our cells machinery and just replicates. That's what it does. Doesn't do more than that. And our immune system kills it. But when it's replicating very fast, the innate immune was, let's say, not very strong because of my lifestyle, and it took long time for the adaptive to come into place. So that adaptive became very aggressive, my immunity. Cytokines, the messenger molecules became excess. So they cause collateral damage. My immunity causes damage in the organs where the viruses were replicating. So lots of inflammation. So I've come home and lots of oxidative stress, lots of reactive oxygen species are part of the system of our body, but they are very dangerous when out of control. So I'm still under that. I've come home, so I have to get my body back into balance. That the inflammation is over now. I've overcome the virus, so my body has to calm down, cool down. So not getting into technicalities. So yes, the foods, the doctor will help you with certain maybe hormones if it's necessary, steroids, but the foods will help. The anti-inflammatory foods will help. Omega-3s, flaxseed, such kind of greens, vegetables, they all will help. And the person who has come home from the hospital, he could not eat there. So it's very normal that there's nutrient deficiency. So someone has to take care and give him very, very nourishing foods has to go in, whether in soup form or whichever form. And definitely when he's in touch with his doctors, I think they can also give him vitamins, minerals, other phytonutrients, because he was not eating, he could not eat. At that time, the body's wisdom, the body did not want him to eat. The body's energy was being spent by the immune system, but now he needs to eat. Deficiency in nutrients, chances are he's anemic. The blood must have gone down, iron must have gone down, fatigue, no energy. So we have to get him back to feel energy again, to be motivated again. So the doctor can look there into seeing that is he low on iron, how to help him. The recovery has to take place. And the person at home can eat foods which are more, having more iron. As we spoke about the GI tract is where the majority of the immunity is there also. Intestinal lining could have definitely got compromised, and secondary infections, autoimmunity may have started, some allergic reactions because of, so we have to see that the gut lining, the gut is healed. Because I remember when we were young, our parents used to take us to doctors when we used to come back from boarding school, and they sometimes took us to this kind of Ayurvedic doctors that time. And no matter what happened, they wanted to treat your gut, and you never understood. We just said, my stomach is okay, but they only wanted to take care of the stomach, your digestion first. So the gut has to be brought back to it so that it can absorb the food can get digested. The gut-brain axis, our serotonin, which is the happy hormone, motivation hormone, it's made in the gut mainly. And it's interconnected. So a lot of toxins in the body, lots of cytokines, which some of them can enter the brain, and lots of toxins there. There's a lot of, kind of fog. The person's clarity was not there when they came home. And it's very obvious there's been lots of tissue injury, because wherever the ACE receptors were, where the virus was more active, those places, there is tissue has been injured. So the tissue healing, again, nourishing food, or maybe things to support the vitamins, minerals, which were given during the treatment, D, zinc. But actually, we should be taking them before also, if need be, and afterwards, definitely, under guidance of the doctor, perhaps for a longer time, because the tissue has to be healed back. And our immunity has gone down because viruses act inside the cell, just like cancer. So there are certain cells, God's immune system is wonderful. There are certain cells called NK cells, natural killer cells, which don't have to communicate with other immune cells to make a decision. They can just on their own decide and kill the intruder. So they go down. So how to bring them up? Sleep. There's wonderful research in Japan for cancer that when people went into the forest, the NK cells went up, and when they came back to the city, it stayed there for a week. So all healing, we have to get in the healing thing, not going into technical how to bring the NK cell up, but the natural healing way. There are certain master antioxidants called glutathione, which is inside the cell that has diminished, has gone away, can again come up, through foods, through supplementation. And there are certain special clinics where you can take it IV, but that's not the talk of today. So all these things play a very important role. Fear, there was a lot of fear.
Sorry to just interrupt. We're just coming to our final few minutes before our next speaker. So maybe the final few points.
Yes, so it's ending. So immunity was out of whack, and sleep, we already discussed. So all these things have to be brought back. And the last thing is yours body's ability to heal is greater than anyone has permitted you to believe. So it has done its job. Now come home and let me just support it. Body's system, the universe, earth, they always use the energy for healing. So let me just sometimes, meditation, let go, faith in God, and do what I can do. And the rest is let it heal. Most important thing, after I've done everything, surrender. Surrender doesn't mean that I just give up. No, surrender to God, to universe, and let the healing take place. So I end here, and I thank Dr. Milan, Nil Kumar, and everyone who gave me this opportunity to share whatever I could. And thanks again for the wonderful task you are doing, sending out this message to the whole world, your community, and thank you very much. I'm a global. Namaste to
Namaste.
everyone.
Thank you so much. Maybe if you can come off your screen share, because I love this last slide. Your body's ability to heal is greater than anyone has permitted you to believe. I think it's a lovely way to end. And as you say, when we've come back from COVID, how we can, whether it be COVID or not COVID, how we can heal ourselves and look with that faith within, and just allowing that body and having that relationship. I know, it's been really great to meet you, even if it's been online. Who knows? With the one positives from this COVID and all these channels, we get to meet many other like-minded individuals who have been connected all around the globe.
Yes, surely would be wonderful to meet you. Yes.
Good, good.
I
So
was
namaste.
last year in December in London.
Yes.
So yes, it's just before COVID. I came here in January. Yes.
Good. Well,
Yeah.
namaste. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And this whole theme of the immune system being that battlefield and getting those soldiers back ready and allowing ourselves to heal within with that spirit of surrender. So namaste. Thank you. So that, friends, that was Anil Grover, a functional medicine coach, as well as a teacher of meditation. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I'm taking away that feeling of healing. So moving on, we're swiftly moving on. Time is flying. We've still got a real exciting treat ahead. So in a moment, we're going to have Bhavani Singh Shekhawat with us, and we can see you actually spotlighted there. A global namaste to you.
Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Good, good. So great. So while you're there, I would like to just briefly introduce you to Healing Our Earth and give you a little bit of your background. So Bhavani Singh is going to talk a little bit about serving with a particular innovation called Akshaya Patra. So Bhavani Singh Shekhawat is a widely respected, well-traveled and internationally experienced leader. After a career of a few decades in the corporate world, where he led large multinational businesses and global teams in organizations including Nielsen, Reckitt Bannister, Coca-Cola, he's now committed himself to a life of service. Bhavani currently leads the Akshaya Patra Foundation, a global leader in food education, as the CEO of Europe and a trustee on the board. He's also a mentor, a leadership coach, and an advisor, and serves on a number of boards in a non-executive capacity, such as the Adhyanayan Foundation, the Vedika Scholars Program, and the Women's Alliance as well, and is a very sort of sought-after thought leader and speaker as well. So Bhavani is based in London, in UK. Really glad to have you and to share with you. We've got about just under sort of 15-20 minutes together for you to share your presentation or your thoughts on this theme of innovation. Namaste and welcome.
Namaste, namaste, Dr. Shah, and wonderful to have heard Dr. Grover earlier. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity and really the invitation to try and share a few thoughts around how could we really bring the very best of human ingenuity during probably the worst crisis that we are seeing, global crisis in our lifetimes. So I'm here to just talk you through a few things, our learnings, our experiences from the vantage point of Akshaya Patra Foundation. For those of you who do not know what the foundation is, this is not a plug or a pitch for the foundation, but Akshaya Patra literally stands for a pot of food that never runs out. Akshaya means limitless, and Patra is essentially a pot of food. And this organization was set up 20 years ago in India with the only objective to ensure that children would not miss school for the lack of food. In other words, if we wanted to truly empower our children, our educational systems, and therefore catalyze the economy, then the first thing that we needed to improve was not schools, not infrastructure, not computers, not paint walls orange, but to improve nutrition into the bellies of our children. Because if the children are not served properly, they do not eat well. It's not just about hunger, it's about nutrition. If they do not eat well, you could do whatever you want, and the world will continue to be riddled with the kind of problems that we see, whether they are of the medical kind or related to mental health, or perhaps even environment, because healthy bodies really encapsulate healthier minds. So our focus was really to ensure that what could we do to make sure that a simple intervention would dramatically change the future of an entire generation. So we thought that if there was one thing that we could do, what would it be? And we realized food was a big, big catalyst. And we decided to serve these children in school. And as a result, the program really galloped away. And today it's the largest program of its kind in the world. We serve close to 2 million children every single morning, a fresh, hot, vegetarian plate of food that allows them to access education a lot better. So it's food and education, two very important things. And recently, about a year ago, we introduced the program in London, and where we are now serving thousands and thousands of children out of our new facility in the UK. So I just thought with that, what truly powers this organization, and what is it that we have learned during the pandemic? Can I share my screen, Dr. Shah?
Yes, you'll be able to. So if you want to just try sharing screen, you should be able to.
Okay. So
Lovely.
I just, these slides are not, this is not a huge presentation, but more of a placeholder for my thoughts, really. Can you see it? Yeah, okay. So really, if you look at the pandemic from September of last year onwards, and of course, we were beset by it much earlier. But in India, the lockdown continued through December, disruption continued. And now in February, we are seeing a dramatic turnaround in India. And I'm going to talk a little bit about India here, because that's really where the bulk of our program continues. We are in the UK, and we are probably now one of the larger organizations in the United Kingdom. But the scale and learning we have in India is over 20 years. And particularly from the point of view of innovation, I'd just like to highlight some of that. So in November of last year, we celebrated 20 years. And when we realized that schools were going to be closed, and the pandemic was going to impact lives in ways that is going to be truly dramatic, we worked on a multitude of parameters. We launched new initiatives. You can see happiness kits were launched in October, and I'll very quickly talk to you about what they are.
Sorry, just to interrupt. I think we're stuck on slide 1 at the moment.
Yes, that's okay. I'm on slide 1.
Oh, just with the, as in with just with the child on the front. The actually, I think you're. Is that what you're on? I'm not sure if you'd mean to move to slide number 2, the timetable.
Okay. Sorry, looks like. Are you seeing the slides moving?
No, not at the moment. So you may need to just reshare screen.
All right. Okay. Maybe okay. I'll not share my screen. I'll just talk you through some of these initiatives, if that helps.
Yeah, sure. You can try once more. We can try once more. Just see it, because I'm sure the public would like to see your slides if possible. Try once more. Lovely. Okay, great. So we're now on to this 1, 2, 3, the no poverty, zero hunger slide.
Right. Unfortunately, I can't see it on my screen. Are the slides moving on your screens?
No, not yet.
Okay. I think there's something.
Maybe you're sharing your desktop. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure what's happening.
That's okay. We can see your desktop at the moment. Okay. That's okay. If you want to talk through anyway, I think we can.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's okay. It's still, I think it's really nice the way you started. And I was amazed to know that you've actually also got food in UK as well.
Yes.
But do carry on, because I know we're so limited on time that would like to.
I
want to give you your full quota. Please do carry on.
Right. So well, basically, the point I was trying to make is to be able to serve with speed and scale. How do we get from 1,000 children, from serving 1,000 children a day to 2 million children every morning, 1.8 million children, and a large number of families and infants as well? And how did we introduce that program, the same program in the United Kingdom, is truly the journey of innovation. So there are 3 elements to Akshaya Patra. Akshaya Patra really relies on 3 very important anchors. That to be able to do anything with speed and at scale, we realize that we have to use science, we have to use systems, and we must have a spiritual core. In other words, if we are truly driven by the pursuit of purpose, why do we exist? And why is it that the purpose of every human being ought to be serving other human beings? I personally believe that the very reason why we are human beings, as opposed to human becomings, as opposed to biological agglomerations, the reason why we are human beings is we are meant to make a difference to this planet in ways that is unprecedented, that cannot be achieved by any other biological entity. And as human beings, if we are the interface that allows the world to become a better place, then we have to have a very strong spiritual core. And by this, I mean, by no means I mean religion. I mean spirituality, which is over and above everything else. So that truly is what binds science and systems together. I often call ourselves as an organization that has the mind of a corporate and the heart of service. Because Akshay Patra has steadfastly believed that if we really want to make the world a better place, then we should strive to eliminate our problems. In other words, we should not be chasing our problems. Look, the world has progressed by leaps and bounds over the last 100 years. Our GDP has grown. We have had tremendous advances in science. We've got crazy kind of technology. I was watching this series on Netflix recently, which is talking about colonizing Mars and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, our problems are the same. Poverty is our number one problem. Hunger is our number two problem. We have created a new problem over the last 100 years. Today, for example, for those of you who've been following what's happening in India, the devastation in the north of India, particularly in the Uttarakhand area with the flooding and the damage that the glacier has caused. So on the one hand, we've got tremendous progress. On the other hand, we've got tremendous distress. So unless and until we marry a system which uses the science to serve, we are not going to solve our problems. And that's what we do at Akshay Patra. We use the best of technology. We collaborate with the best of science. We use advanced systems from Accenture, from Cisco, from Siemens, from some of the finest organizations in the world, from Rolls-Royce, from Jaguar Land Rover. But the objective is to try and see what is it that we can bring in terms of technology that powers some of our finest cars, and how can we use that technology of robotics or artificial intelligence to cook a plate of pasta or rice? Because at the end of the day, it is the same technology. It has been put to use to drive a fabulous car or create a fantastic machine of radiology in our hospitals. And how could we really use it to understand that there is no listeria in our kitchens? There is absolutely no contamination in the vegetables that we wash and deliver. And that truly has been a very, very strong part of Akshay Patra. And that's why the kitchens we created are designed to introduce the most advanced state-of-the-art technology without the bells and whistles. So if you ever visit any of the Akshay Patra kitchens, particularly in India, you will see some of that. For example, you'll see gravity kitchens where food gets cooked from top to bottom, where as it travels down, it gets cleaned, it gets sieved on the ground floor. You have machines that make 100,000 chapatis every hour, so that 100,000 children or 50,000 children could at least receive 2 of those. So we cook about 800 tons of foodstuff every morning. 700 tons of rice, we make about 100 million odd chapatis. And here we are cooking tons and tons of rice every day in the UK as well. Sorry, kilos and kilos, not tons of rice every day. So the point I was trying to make is by blending advanced science, spirituality, and using the system. So Akshay Patra believes that the organization needs to be built to last. We are very fortunate to be one of the organizations that not only is the world's largest program of its kind, but is also being certified as a great place to work. It is the professionalism of the people and the ability of the human beings to create the interface that allows us to serve children at a tremendous scale and size with the tremendous nutrition. And we just heard Dr. Grover talk about it, that how important, I mean, this pandemic, if there's one thing that this pandemic has brought to light, is the importance of nutrition and immunity in our lives. If there's one thing that over the last 5 years, the world has begun to notice, is that a lot of superfoods, whether it's turmeric, whether it's ginger, whether it's quinoa, whether it's ragi, whether it is almond, all of these things have been used by places like India and perhaps Southeast Asia and China for centuries. And over the years, I think with progress, we have diluted the way in which we nourish our bodies, which perhaps has also impacted the way in which we nourish our minds, and eventually has impacted this terrible dichotomy where on the one hand, we've had tremendous progress, and on the other hand, our problems continue to remain the same. So at Akshay Patra, our focus is to ensure that by bringing in nutrition back into the classroom in ways that we have forgotten. In other words, we shouldn't solve for hunger. In the UK, we've seen that example more vividly in this lifetime than ever before, that in our quest for solving for hunger, or in our quest to please the palate, we have created a nutrition problem. So malnutrition or poor nutrition is no longer the domain of what we traditionally have called third world countries or poor countries. In fact, there is poor nutrition equally to a large, in England, we have 3 million children going hungry. And we are a G7 economy still. So I think the whole approach to how we look at metrics, how we look at innovation, how we look at really delivering a program with speed, scale, and science is something that we love doing at Akshay Patra. And I particularly love talking about it, because at the end of it, what's the result? In the pandemic, we found that if we had to really pivot ourselves from being an organization that served hot meals to an organization which has to operate when there was a lockdown, when kitchens had to be closed, schools had to be closed, we realized that over the years we had created close to 1 million volunteers. So if there are 1.8 million children graduating out of our program, it has created 1 million volunteers. And these volunteers created their own organization in a matter of a few days. And it's called IKEA, Akshay Patra Youth Association. And they came forward to say, what is it that I can do? I work with Accenture. I work with KPMG. I'm a doctor. I'm a scientist. I'm a teacher. I'm a business person. And they came together and created something that we could deploy within a few weeks. And as a result, by now, during the pandemic, we have served more than 141 million meals in India. By far, it is the world's largest disaster relief program. What's equally staggering is at the cost at which it is being done. Even today, £1 donation serves a child for an entire month. In other words, when you donate £12 to Akshay Patra, you ensure that a child receives meals for one whole school year. Now, how's that possible? That requires innovation. So we have innovation in the way funds are deployed. We have innovation in the way these funds are match funded. We have innovation in the way science comes in. We have a disaster relief kitchen that can cook, and we have it ready, and we're going to be deploying it very, very soon, hopefully with these floods, which can operate in 20 feet of water for 2 days without any electricity, and can work with various local and semi-government bodies to then supply food almost instantly. We did that when there were floods recently, not so long ago in the south of India. So you deploy all of that innovation, whether it's manufacturing science, whether it is technology, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it's the kind of thing that we are talking about today, such as blockchain. We realize that if we could save 1 paisa on every meal, we could serve 4,500, 5,000 children every day without any extra need of funds. And we deployed Accenture's blockchain technology by looking at the disaggregated supply chain, and I'll spare you the details and the jargon. But the point I'm trying to make is that we should relook at the way charity functions. We should relook at the way in which we make an impact. And we should dramatically relook at the way in which the interface between the world of charity that operates in some of the most strenuous, some of the most difficult circumstances, connects with a world that actually benefits from all of the good things that the world has given us over the last 100, 150 years. And unless and until we bring that interface, unless we allow for that human ingenuity to actually activate itself for distress, we're going to continue to see a world where on the one hand we have progress on some parameters, and on the other hand, our problems continue to remain the same. And I'll end just by saying that there is no amount of money that's going to solve these problems. The United Nations have 16 SDGs. And at a recent conference, when I say recent, about a year ago, to my utter dismay, I discovered that the funding gap, that is money that is required to solve these problems and what's going to be available, is about $100 trillion. We are never going to have enough money to solve our problems. So how do we create a better world? By really bringing that interface of innovation and ingenuity and human endeavor and the science and the technology with a very, very defined and a strong spiritual core to ensure that our world is indeed a better place. We leave it way, way more better than how we inherited it. And today, I'm really, really pleased and proud that in the 2 countries where we serve this program, we have managed to bring the costs down. Even in the UK, we serve a child for £5 for an entire week. We managed to bring the costs down and improve nutrition by almost twice as much. It is possible, provided we really bring in all of these interfaces. So bit of a ramble, bit of a monologue. My apologies for not being able to share the slides, but I think I've pretty much covered the kind of things that I wanted to say, and happy to take questions.
Sure. I can see why you're a public speaker and sought after. That was fantastic. I was mesmerized. I really enjoyed, number one, because you're passionate about the topic and your flow. So I think we definitely didn't need the slides. In fact, I quite enjoyed just listening to you speak. And I'm flabbergasted. I knew a little bit about Akshay Patra. I'm sure some of them watching maybe know a lot. And as you said, today's not about a promotion of one particular organization, but just to see that what I'm picking up is the use of technology, efficiency, management, science, whatever words we want to give, into humanitarian causes. Often you see this, as you say, a dichotomy between, you think of charities being sort of very basic, humble setups, people just sort of, doing it in their spare time. But what I'm picking up from you is a gargantuan effort. And this is not sort of, even a few thousand meals. These are millions of meals on a daily basis. I hope you guys are on the BBC, CNN, everywhere really to publicize this, because this is a real success story.
Yes, I think we are fortunate. Akshay Patra is a taught case at some of the top universities in the world. If you're in North America, a lot more people know about this, because I think Americans are, and I say that without humility, that Americans are a little bit ahead of us in England in the way they deploy technology and science towards humanitarian causes, in the way the universities latch on to these cases. So Akshay Patra is a case at Harvard University. It's taught as a case in many, many universities around the world, and we do a lot of work. Having said that, I think what's truly, truly important is for us to truly believe that it's possible. I think the world of charity limits itself, because when 5 people help 50, the 5 feel a lot better about doing what they did than the 50. But if 5 people could come together and help 5 million, that truly makes a difference to the world, and a lasting difference to the world. And I think that is something, and I'm not saying that when 5 people help 50, it's inefficient or unnecessary. I think it's equally important. But I think we should set ourselves up to get ahead of the problem. Otherwise, we're going to keep chasing the tail.
Really important. And that idea of thinking big, you're right. I think, as I said, there's a whole spiritual aspect where even we help one person and we progress spiritually, it is just as important. But there's something about, why think, okay, I've helped 10 people, why not 100? Why not then actually taking it as, that's what I'm really picking up from your presentation, that this is going out to such a wide audience. And in that time, I actually quickly logged on to the Akshay Patra website. I had a quick look while you're speaking. Just, I was amazed. So those who are watching, please do have a look. Again, this is not promoting one particular group, but I was really interested in your theme again of £1 helping, a whole month. That was amazing how you did that. Pawaniji, we want you back. Come again. Today's theme obviously was on the theme of COVID and what's happened and what you've done. And I know our next program on today is now due. So maybe on the theme of well-being, wellness, or somewhere to do come back and share with us again some themes of innovation and what you've been doing.
Happy to. For those interested, the website is tapf.org.uk, TAPF, the Akshay Patra Foundation. Please look it up. Please give us your suggestions. And, sooner or later, we'll be on the other side of the pandemic. So please come and visit us and really, join hands with the work we do here in the UK. And for those of you who travel to India, please go and visit the work that we do in India. And who knows, we'd be in other parts of the UK very, very soon. Right now, we're just in London, Greater London. But who knows, there are lots of projects that are unfurling. But thank you again for having me. Delighted to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful endeavor. And let's join hands and do all that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you for that. Great. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I hope everyone at home watching has enjoyed that. So we've gone on our journey of COVID. We started off learning about 3D printing. We then went on to optimizing our health. And we've just heard about sort of the charity aspect and sharing with others as food. We now come to a poignant moment in our event, in our day, and that is of a Shraddhanjali, of remembering. Now, those of you who are watching, when we first began the Healing Our Earth, we were actually chanting the Gayatri Mantra. We were doing prayers for those who have departed. And sadly, as we go on, this pandemic has taken many lives. Those of you who are watching, I'm sure, will either certainly know of people within your community, within your neighborhood, or even within your family, sadly, who may have lost their lives or been affected. And now we take a moment to remember one person, but by remembering that one person, may we use this opportunity to remember or respect everyone who may have lost their lives to COVID or may be suffering. And with that, we're going to share our time with the family of Ravi Bhanot. Ravi ji, namaste and a global namaste to you. At this time, you're part of our Healing Our Earth family. You're part of Diwali in London, and you've obviously presented here before as well. Yourself being part of Seva Day, and this may not seem the most fitting time, but again, we still congratulate you on receiving an MBE very recently for your Seva work. Although today you come on a different role, you did then present to us, I remember nearly a year ago or so on your theme of Ayurveda and herbals. So you've got the healthcare background. But today I know you'll be sharing with us on a different theme, and that is obviously the loss of a loved one, and that is of your sister, Seema Sharma, who passed away very recently. And over the next 15, 20 minutes, for those watching globally, we're going to have a chance to pay respects to you and your family, and to learn a little bit more about Seema and a message that her life can give to others who are watching. So not only that are we, saying to a personal person, but how can that message inspire those thousands that are watching globally at the moment? Namaste and our condolences to you, Ravi. Please, we pass over to you. I know you have a few family members, Seema's husband who will be speaking, someone who may be saying a short prayer, and over the next 15 minutes or so, we've got we give you the floor. Namaste to you, Ravi, and also to Shushma.
Namaste, Milanji. As usual, you do a fantastic job. Thank you. With a very heavy heart that we have had to say goodbye to our younger sister, Seema. Seema was a very curious type of person, very happy, jolly person. She gave a lot of love. And like a lot of people who've lost their lives, which may have started with COVID and ended with something else, our heart goes out to each and every one of you. Thank you. This is my other family, Healing Our Earth team. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about Seema. And if everyone has a purpose to live, I guess there's also purpose after death or after life, which is death. There's purpose. And for me, I would say that the COVID-19 period has been a particularly rough time for the Black and Asian community. Government statistics show us that as a Black person, you've got 4 times the chances of death through COVID. And as an Asian, maybe twice, depending on which statistics you're reading. Nevertheless, we're still high up there. So I'd like to take this opportunity to ask everyone to vaccinate themselves. Why aren't people vaccinating? Even if you take into account the behavioral factors, the sociability, risk-taking behavior, the socioeconomic factors, maybe overcrowding, maybe poor diet quality, higher incidence of type 2 diabetes, high risk of heart disease in our community, maybe the high incidence of low vitamin D levels among the BAM community. May well be the reason, a lack of confidence or lack of trust in government or misinformation, possible side effects. The side effects may just be temporary and unpleasant, not dangerous. There are some authorities say there is that with respect to the vaccine and fertility, but generally it looks like, from what we can see, that is a risk. However, we would like each and every one of us to take the responsibility of vaccinating. I think that's what Seema would have liked, because our community is only as strong as the weakest link. So it's actually essential everyone gets vaccine. So I'm going to hand you over to my brother-in-law, Anu Sharma, Seema's hubby. And before I do that, I'd just like to say that thank you very much, the family, friends, and supporters, particularly our Earth team, the pranic healers who've been praying every single day through Rubel and Sarah, the Reiki healers through Bali Bala and the Super Cool Friends. Thank you very much. And of course, the Royal Berkshire Hospital for all their effort. We're most grateful. And there is the family are requesting if anyone wants to donate, they may do so. I'll put a link up shortly of the flowers. So if I can hand over to Anu Sharma. Anuji.
I think their internet's gone.
Okay. So while we're waiting for Anu Sharma's internet to come back on, if I can ask my elder sister, Shashi Gussain.
Okay.
Say a few words.
Namaste ji. Okay. Namaste ji. So we would like to pay Shraddhanjali to my younger sister, a beloved younger sister. Shraddhanjali is a Hindi word which comes from two words. Shraddha means devotion and Anjali means joining hands together. So the whole world means paying tribute with devotion. So the law of karma governs both the cycle of birth and death. And we use the word, instead of saying RIP, which you should never say, you should say Om Shanti Om. And that actually means, Om means it's the vibration of the whole universe, and Shanti means the actual peace. So, and we say Shanti 3 times, meaning peace to the body, speech, and mind. So Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti is a prayer to the universe to give eternal peace. Bhagavad Gita teaches us a lot of lessons, teaches us a lot of lessons of life. And one of the main topics it teaches is attachments, our attachment to friends and family. Sri Krishna ji tells us to detach ourselves if we want to be happy and become free from the cycle of birth and death. But detachment is perhaps the most difficult feeling to come to terms with. And it then goes on to recommend meditative yoga and to look within ourselves and to find our own eternal peace, eternal essence. But time is short, and I would like to just do 2 shlokas from the Bhagavad Gita, which are very relevant to us today. So first one is chapter 12, verse 13. And this describes Seema so well. So I know she has got moksha because this every word represents her, and I'll read it. The one who is not jealous of all beings, is compassionate and a friend to all. One who is free from ego, is forgiving and remains stable in joy and sorrow. And one who has controlled the mind, senses, and body is ever content. That devotee is dear to me. So this is a shloka that says that they have actually got moksha, they're with God. Once you've got these attributes, which I'm sure 100% Seema had, and she was a very contented person. The other one that has made me come to terms with a lot of things is chapter 10, verse 5. And so it's one that, again, sends some ripples through me. So Ishvara sends a sorrowful situation. It's only our feeling. He destroys a person or object that could give further sorrow. He creates a new entity in its place. Nothing is destroyed. Nothing is created. Just a cycle for a better life. And that is my Shraddhanjali to Seema. She's got a better place, better life, no more sorrow, no more fear of the future. She is content. And I'm sure she got moksha because she was the ultimate in happiness. Om Shanti Om.
Thank you. Thank you, Benji. Now to Anu Sharma, my brother-in-law.
Yeah, I think Anu is now online.
Yeah, sorry guys, something happened. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving this opportunity to us to pay tribute to Seema. I've created a minute or so. There is a tribute that was run on the radio yesterday, and I just created a visual for it. I'll just run through that one, and then I'll hand over later on to my son. He will speak about our experience and what we have witnessed in last 2 months in the NHS. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay.
Anuji, we're not getting a lot of sound. We can see the images.
You're not getting sound?
No, we can see these lovely images, but unfortunately the sound is coming through.
Oh, hold on. How does it work? The sound? Okay, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. When you share screen, there'll be
sorry,
a button.
1 second.
The button
Okay,
says,
1 second. I'll do that again.
And there should be a button to say share sound as well.
Stop sharing. Okay, share sound as well. Okay, I'll do that in a minute. 1 second. Technology. Say share screen.
Yeah, and there should be a little button saying share sound.
Advanced sharing options. Share screen. I did share screen. Then there's no sound option. Entire screen. Share. But then the top. Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen. You may not have shared the sound again.
I can't see the option. More.
No, it's before you share screen. You may just we'll try once more if you want to stop screen sharing again. And just press the button for screen share.
I did, yeah. And then it gives me entire screen, application window, or Chrome tab.
And right at the bottom, there should be, I'm not sure what you've got on, there should be somewhere to share sound as well. If not, don't worry, maybe we can talk through the pictures.
Okay, I'll try that 1 second. I'll try, let's see if that works.
Thank you.
If it doesn't, then
that's okay.
Okay. Right. Can you hear me?
Seema was a primary school teacher. She was brought up in infantry.
Start again, Amelie. Start from the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry if you didn't hear anything.
That's okay. I think we got to.
I don't know what you heard or not. But
that's okay. We got to see the pictures, which were absolutely really full of life, and maybe it could be either your son or whoever can tell us a little bit about her, because I think we can see that she was full of life. And that is coming across in all those photographs that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think before I hand over, can I just say, first of all, there are a lot of people who have actually been praying for Seema's health over the last 2 months. Especially, I would like I'm sorry if you didn't hear anything. There you go. Stop. I don't know what you heard or not, but
No, we
thank you
heard
so
that-
much.
Yeah, no,
Thank you. Aman, over to Aman now. It's okay, too late now, right? So quit the video.
Start my video.
Sorry.
It's all.
Okay, sorry.
Hi, okay. Maybe we could just play the audio after or something. Yeah, so namaste everyone. Thank you for putting together this COVID special. As with a lot of things health related, I think it's hard to conceptualize the true impacts until you're faced with it in your own home. I think especially with coronavirus, you know, statistics, they can fade into the background and it can all seem quite abstract until you're really, you know, coming up close with it, like in the case that we had to go through. So we wanted to take this opportunity to really urge those of you listening who are suffering from diabetes and circulation issues to do everything you possibly can to avoid picking a fight with this virus. Despite hearing about COVID-19 at home every day for the last year, we had no idea about the complications that Seema, as a type 2 diabetic with kidney issues, was about to face throughout her 7-week battle in the ICU. So as we are approaching the end of this third lockdown, our message today is very simple. Do not let your guard down. New cases are coming down, vaccines are being rolled out, the end is finally in sight. And this virus has a very simple objective: spread and survive. And it does not discriminate at all. It absolutely hates social distancing, eating healthy, wearing masks, and exercising daily. So I think that it really is our duty and dharma to do the right thing and to be safe in this time. We owe it to our families, the communities, and the valiant NHS staff who are working day and night to get our country back to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was really eloquently said at that time for your mother, and it was really nice. You said, Ravi, handing over to you. At some point, we're also going to have a minute's silence for Seema. So whenever, if we want to do that now or when you're ready for that.
Yes, we'll do that shortly. Next got my middle sister, Ritu, who's going to say a few words.
This is for our younger sister Seema, so she rests in peace. Om Triambagam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Purvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityo Mokshiyamamritata. So our younger sister has left us in one form or the other. But death does not discriminate between the sinners and the angels. And that's exactly what's happened. She was not discriminated against, even though she was the angel of our family. Seema was born 13th of April on Vaisakhi Day, such a joyous occasion in Kisumu. When our mother brought her home from the hospital, my eldest sister Shashi, my brother Ravi, and myself, Ritu, I was 5 years old, and it was like she'd brought home our playmate, our doll. Seema was so loved by all of us. We protected her from everything, just felt this need to always protect her. She never grew up. Even now, she had this very childish smile about her and a view of life that is very unusual and unique. She went to school in Ilford, and then later on she went to Valentine's High School and then university and became a teacher. And she always wanted to pay back. And she actually taught at South Park School, the same school that she was at in her junior school. She went back and actually gave back to the school, and she was so happy to be a teacher. That was her first teaching job. When she was ready to get married, it was love at first sight. She met Anurag Sharma, and within 6 weeks, they knew they were meant for each other. They got married, and she moved to be with him, first in Slough, and then they moved to Maidenhead. She loved swimming, she loved Bollywood, she loved films, she loved anything that was bling. Every present she gave anyone had a bling
ring to it. You just knew when you got a pair of Chanel earrings, they were from Seema. She has 3 beautiful, beautiful children. Aman, 22, Sahil, 20, and Sonika, our beautiful Sonika is 13. Seema made such a difference in her community, Maidenhead. She was a community leader. She was a chairperson of the Hindu Society in Maidenhead. In fact, when she moved there, she realized there was a need for a Hindu society and went around distributing leaflets at doors to actually get the society up and running, a founding member, a leader in her own right. And she told me one day that she would become mayor of Maidenhead. And I said to her, I'll be her consort anytime. When we said our final goodbye, to our angel, which was on Friday, the 29th of January, we're now coming to accept very slowly the legacy that Seema's left behind in this world. And her legacy is her status on her WhatsApp, which is contentment is a choice. And she really believed in that. She did everything on a daily basis. Her daily choices was always to be happy. And she would always say, just let go of anything that spoils your temperament or your mood. Just let go, just be happy, just be happy. And that's what her life was. Contentment was her choice. And she made it. She was a living proof of that. She just made her peace with everyone and spread unconditional love wherever she went. She was the epitome of love, and one smile is all it took from her for anyone to feel totally connected and in love with her. So now we move on and remember our angel, Seema, who has left a legacy of being a very faithful friend, a very devoted wife to Anurag, a very thoughtful daughter and daughter-in-law to our parents and her in-laws, a very loving mother to Aman, Sahil, and Sonika, a beautiful sister to me and my siblings. And more than that, she is a contented soul. And let her spread her wings wherever she's gone and just be happy, Seema, be happy. And thank you for teaching us how to be happy in this world. God bless you.
Thank you, and now I'm just going to hand over to my wife, Sushma, after which we'll have a minute's silence. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. These are a few words that will help the family and friends perhaps get through the rest of our lives. The final flight. So in the words of Seema, don't grieve for me, for now I'm free. I'm following the path God laid for me. I turned my back and left it all. I couldn't stay another day to laugh, to love, to work, to play. Tasks left undone must stay that way. I found that peace at the end of the day. If my parting has left a void, then fill it with remembered joy. A friendship shared, a laugh, a kiss. Yes, I'll miss these things too. Do not be burdened with times of sorrow. I wish you the sunshine of tomorrow. My life's been full, I savored it much. Good friends, good family, good times, a loved one's touch. Perhaps my time seemed all too brief, but I will always be beside you, my friends, my family, my children, as a guiding star. Don't lengthen it now with undue grief. Lift up your heart and share with me. Remember my laughter, my joy, my love for you all. God wanted me now, He set me free. Do not grieve. Celebrate my life.
Just have 1 minute silence now. Remembering Seema. For those who knew her, have her in your thoughts. For those who never met her, please have her and anyone else you might know who you might have lost in the last year or so through COVID or COVID related. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'll hand it back to Milanji. Milanji, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you so much to the family of Seema for sharing that. Clearly a very, very personal message, but that can be shared with whoever is watching. And the message taking away is that love for life, that love for sharing with others. I can see it in all of the siblings' faces, in all of the family, and with the very words that were said. Embrace that. Whoever's watching, embrace life, serve others, be that light of others' lives. And as her son said, so you spoke so well. You said, look, don't let your guard down. Be aware that this can still come to you and how this can come forward. So thank you to all the family of Seema. Ravi, you're part of you're the family here. So this is another family where you've been able to share. And with that, I'm hoping those who are watching as well may have some sense of closure, some sense of praying for your own loved ones. One thing COVID has done, being a medic myself, has seen is that lack of closure at times when people have suddenly been taken away from their loved ones' lives all of a sudden, and that chance to say goodbye, that chance of, if only I had that extra time, if only I could have said this or that. But wherever our prayers are there. So Anu and your family, Ravi, Sushma, everyone, thank you for sharing that time. Namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we carry on, and actually on that theme, it's beautiful that we're actually moving on to the theme actually of the COVID vaccine now. So we actually have a special guest with us before we hand over across to America to Sheila for the next 5-10 minutes. We're actually going to speak and go live actually to someone who's been coordinating the entire vaccination program for a particular area in Northwest London in Kingsbury. So those of you in UK, many of you may have already received an invitation for your vaccine. And as I've shown before, in an upbeat way here, I've been vaccinating myself. Sometimes we're working 7 days a week. So as I speak, we're vaccinating probably around 1,000 patients over this weekend. Here's an empty vial of one vaccine. There's the Oxford vaccine. Here's the Pfizer vaccine. So you can see, look, it's not too difficult. You can just draw it out and give the vaccine as well. So with that, really happy to welcome Darshana Patel, who's actually the director of the Kingsbury Temple Harness vaccination program, which is in Northwest London. Darshana, one welcome and namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's such a privilege to be here and to be talking and to hear, Seema's story as well. So yeah, thank you for having me here today.
Definitely, and I'm just going to show hopefully some pictures if you can see as well. So those of you, just briefly before Darshana carries on, and Darshana, you'll remember these groups. So if you live in the UK, you'll see these groups going down of sort of 1, 2, 3, etc. And as your group gets called up, please be patient as each area, whether you live in, wherever your part of UK, is working as quick as it can through these routes. And you can see at the moment, for example, some are now down to group 4, 70 over, some are down to group 5 or even 6. So depending on where we are, this is sort of the timeline of how it may be going down and how you may be there. And here is Darshana herself. So here is a picture which I thought was very stylish, with the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, with some of the volunteers at the Kingsbury Temple. And here's another picture here as well of Darshana and her team. So Darshana, first just tell us about yourself, because usually we think where I work, a lot of the doctors have taken the lead, and mainly it's the doctors giving the vaccinations. But we know that this is actually a time when many healthcare professions come together, and even those who are not working. So just tell us, what do you do? Because I thought you were a doctor, but I think you're actually more helpful than a doctor. You can actually tell us about our medications as well.
Yeah, so I'm actually a GP pharmacist. I've been working in general practice for a few years. And more recently, actually, I'm Deputy Head of Workforce Planning for Health Education England. And I've just been redeployed back out to help run the vaccination programme at the Kingsbury site. So I'm working alongside my colleague, who is the GP, Dr. Sachin Patel. And actually, I think the wonderful thing about this is that you can use these complementary skill sets. So, you know, where you need the strategic, the operational, the clinical insight, it's wonderful that it can come from a whole range of different professions.
Excellent. So you being a pharmacist by background, and as we know, these sites are coming up around the UK, and at times these may have been smaller sites. They may have been just helping a local population. Some areas have had these mass vaccination sites as well come forward in the last month or so, or just a bit longer, maybe just before Christmas, around that time. UK vaccination set off. Initially, people were a bit worried, shall I go for a vaccine? But I think certainly amongst the community, most people are coming forward now. And what have you seen happening as people are coming forward? Have you seen people feeling nervous, or what happens actually when people come to be vaccinated?
Well, we've had probably a mixture of people who are, you know, trying to unpick the lock of the gate to try and get in for their vaccine on days that we haven't got vaccine, to people who are a bit more hesitant and want to have that conversation and want to be reassured about what they're having, you know, ask those questions about what's the difference between the vaccines. Are they safe? Is it okay for me? And I think it's a real privilege to be able to be part of that conversation in reassuring people, to help them make informed decisions, because ultimately it's an individual choice that every person needs to make, and everyone needs to feel comfortable. And we opened our centre at Sri Samran Mandir in Kingsbury on the 28th of January. And in 3.5 days, we managed to vaccinate 3,600 people, with demand still going up, and that's within the eligible cohorts, as you've mentioned. And so we're really looking forward to kind of being able to, you know, bust that wide open and keep going with that, really. It's been, I think what's been really wonderful is that when you come to a site like this, it's got a community feel. So lots of the feedback we've had from patients and from staff is that I feel safe, it's clean, it's well organized, and I don't feel like I'm on a conveyor belt. You know, I feel like I'm going somewhere and I'm part of the community and I'm being served by the community. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy about working within this team is that it's so diverse. You know, so over the weekend just gone, we vaccinated 120 asylum seekers, for example, with a range of languages, and actually we were able to serve and support those people because our team is equally diverse, and can speak the different languages and relate to the different people in the way that they need to feel reassured. And so I think that's the real benefit of having a mass vaccine. Well, what we are essentially like a mass vaccination site in a community centre.
Excellent. And as you say, you can reach out to a wide variety of people, because I think that's the other thing, that a vaccination needs to reach out to the elderly, the housebound at times. So being a GP myself, we've identified various groups, those who need it very quickly, like care workers. Those are carers going into people's houses. And as you can see, it's been starting off with the very elderly and then moving down slowly are those who might be at higher risk as well. And it's the beauty of this is that everyone is being offered this vaccine. You know, it's not sort of, well, if you've got friends or if you're the richest or whatever, it's actually just going out to everyone. And
I think, sorry, I think that's the benefit of all, or what's really wonderful about being able to do that in Brent. We know we have a lot of health inequalities here, and actually being able to target some of those groups that are more disadvantaged, actively target them, is just, yeah, it's a real honor, and it's incredible work. And as you say, you know, we've got clinically vulnerable people who haven't seen the light of day or other people in the flesh for so long, to be able to come to a centre and feel reassured that actually they are safe when they attend the centre is one of the things one of the feedback that sticks with me from patients. But you know, it's not just about that. You're absolutely right. It's about giving access to people who can't leave their homes. So we're talking about now setting up kind of roving teams who are able to kind of do, you know, pop up in a boot vaccination site for the streets, so we can access some of the people who are housebound in our neighbourhoods who aren't able to come to the centre as well. It's so much about trying to make this accessible for everyone who needs it the most, for the most vulnerable, as quickly as we can.
Excellent. So thank you so much for your time. I would like to share one more thing then, really about the type of people who are vaccinating. So often we think that usually doctors, but when I spoke to you before, you told me about various other healthcare professionals and other people coming together to show that actually the vaccine can be given by a wide range of professionals.
Absolutely. I think the team feel is amazing. The energy on site is amazing. It's a true multidisciplinary team. So we've had lots of volunteers from the temple with, all sorts of professional backgrounds, whether they're a chief exec somewhere else, to anything, and whether that's healthcare related or not. And in terms of the people who we've got vaccinating, we've had pharmacists, nurses, HCAs, nursing associates, unregistered workforce as well. Over the weekend, we had military personnel who were a mixture of paramedics, nurses, and again, unregistered as well. And I think that's the real benefit here. This is open to anyone, and actually, there's a real community team feel about the team who's delivering this, and that's, I think, what keeps us all going. We know that the workforce is tired and is challenged at this time, but to have a team that comes together and pulls together in this way, it's a clashing of two communities, not clashing, a coming together really of two communities, and lots of different professions. So it's as much a networking event as it is anything else, which is how we got in touch. So
yes,
I think
that's right. Yeah, definitely. I've got one of my colleagues working said, no, go get Darshana to come and say a few words. So that was excellent. And I'm sure you got to meet a few army personnel. I don't know, getting a vaccine from an army person, I'm sure they were just
efficient.
Efficient, exactly. But I think you're right. There's also a personalized service. Those who are watching, please do it. If you're well enough and you're fit otherwise, or you've already had your vaccine, please do come and volunteer. Whether do get in touch, wherever it might be within your local community, please do find out. It's really important, because you mentioned an important point of people also fatiguing. So myself, working full-time as a doctor, I'm working 5 days a week, sometimes till 8, 9 at night. And at the weekends, we're then going in and vaccinating. Some places may be open 7 days a week vaccinating, others. And so we do rely on that community spirit to help wherever, and we keep those spirits up. So with that in mind, Darshana, sort of any passing, so those who are watching, any final tips on getting vaccinated?
I think just whenever it's your turn, do the right thing, do get vaccinated. If you've got questions, if you've got concerns, come and talk to one of us. You come and talk to a healthcare professional, have that conversation. It's okay to have those questions, and it's okay to ask those questions, but let's ask them with, to the right people who are going to be there to look out for us and give us the best advice. We know that the vaccine is safe. We know that the vaccine is highly effective. And, we know that none of the components or the manufacturing process contravenes Hindu doctrine. We know that this is something that, we as Hindus are all inspired to do for the good of not just ourselves, but for the society as a whole.
Certainly. So do stay on for a moment. We've still got some time to show, because I wanted to screen share. So we haven't got a video. Maybe if we'd given you more time, we could have shown us a video of what's happening at Kingsbury. I'm going to try, if I can, show you what's going on at. Oh gosh, now I'm sharing my entire screen here. Let's see if we can get to here. So Darshana, can you see this screen at the moment?
Yes.
Of the entrance to a vaccine place. So this is actually my practice. I don't know, can you see this video playing?
Yes.
So this is actually my own practice, which is also in Northwest London in Edgware. And you can see this is a lot smaller, nowhere near the big Kingsbury Mandir setup. But you can see this is a patient walking in, and we've had their permission to show this. They just simply sanitize their hands. They're walking. This is where I work. We've got some staff members here who are friendly. This is where you might sit, socially distanced. We have a security guard there. Here's some of my fellow doctors and colleagues. This is where the Pfizer, the vaccine's being prepared. And this was the Pfizer vaccine. This is one of my colleagues, one of the GPs who's now taking the vaccine to the site. This is me taking the video. So this is actually back into my room, and you can see the vaccine ready with a needle there, with the computer ready. And you can see we've got various rooms there where people can go in, take your time, talk with people. And then, as you'll know, with the Pfizer vaccine, you have to be observed for 15 minutes. And this is our waiting area where you wait for 10 to 15 minutes. And that's your vaccination process. So it's actually quite straightforward. And in a minute, I've shown you how it works. So this is showing you where I work. Anyway, so hope you enjoyed that. It sort of gave you an idea. So obviously, I know the Kingsbury setup would be a lot bigger, but does that resonate with you? The video I just showed you, does that sort of process?
Yes, absolutely, and that is the process that we're running very similarly, but obviously at different scale. But I don't think it really matters. The point is actually this is a safe process that's been thought out. We're trying to keep people as safe as possible. We're trying to keep it as COVID safe as possible, and to help people feel reassured. And we're trying to vaccinate as many as we can, as quickly as we can, because we know that this is the light at the end of the tunnel. This is our way out. And everyone's we're ready. We're on the home front, so we've got to keep that energy going and just push to get there.
Excellent. So in our final few minutes together, I think we can maybe hopefully dispel a few myths. I know we've got Dr. Bharat Pankania coming on, who's an expert epidemiologist and will share a lot more of his knowledge on the vaccine. But some things coming forward, there can be many scams about the vaccine, so be careful how you may receive it. But you may receive a text message. I presume, Darshana, most of yours are going out through text message?
Yes, we are doing text messages. So ours is through myharness.org. If people are eligible, they're able to register on there. They're also able to register to be on the waiting list if they're eligible to be on our kind of reserve list. And so we've found that we've been able to access people who have otherwise struggled to get appointments at other centres who are eligible for the vaccine. So we would send out a text that would come either through your GP practice, so you'd be familiar with it, or would come through the Harness text messaging service. But actually what we found is a phone call goes a long way. So we have a wonderful team of administrators who are phoning patients up as well. And I think it's just about understanding that that's genuine. You will never be charged. You will never be asked to provide any credit card details. If you see anything like that, if you see COVID or coronavirus spelt wrong, all of those things are signs that they're a scam. None of those things are things that anyone who is genuinely providing a service in the NHS would ask for.
Thank you. That's important. And that's right. So people can actually go onto the My Harness website and maybe register. Is that right?
Absolutely. So myharness.org is the place that you can go if you want to register to get an invite for a vaccine if you are part of the eligible cohort. You are also able to register to be on the reserve list, and all the criteria is on there and what you need to do is on there. And similarly, if you wanted to register to help volunteer and be part of our vaccination team, that you can access that through the website as well.
Fantastic. That's really important. As I said before, please do think about volunteering if you can. I know some people may be very afraid to go out. And as you said, some people hadn't been out of the house, or as I know, many of my patients for many months, and this was one of their first trips. So they'd be very, very scared at times, but actually to be shown that actually it's a very safe process, whichever vaccination centre you go to. Obviously, if you don't live in London or UK, wherever you may be, that it will still be a safe process, because people are worried, well, what if I catch COVID while I'm going there? So this is everything is practiced safely as well. In terms of the vaccines as well, we know there are two main vaccines set in the UK. If you're here, one is known as the Oxford or AstraZeneca. The other is known as the BioNTech or the Pfizer. I presume, are you giving both, or do you have either?
Yes, we have both. So obviously, being a bigger centre, it makes sense for us to be able to run the Pfizer vaccine. So we've done, quite a few days of Pfizer, but every now and again we'll do some AstraZeneca. It is, it's not a choice that we have. We get delivered what we get delivered, and we give it as quickly as we can. I think that's the thing. We want to try and get the stock that we're given out to the patient, rather than sitting in our fridges idly, as quickly as we can. So, for us, it doesn't really matter which vaccine you have. Both are equally safe, both are equally effective. And as long as, we can have that discussion with you and make sure you're comfortable, it doesn't really matter which one you get.
agreed. I think we're definitely on the same wavelength there, and we're the same at our practice. We don't have a choice of what's come through. Often we're told at very short notice you're going to receive
Absolutely.
1,000 of this or whatever, and you're completely right. As healthcare providers, we want to get that vaccine out to as many people, so we'll immediately get on our WhatsApp and create a new clinic and get people going. So that's I'm glad we're on the same wavelength there. Another, not so much a myth, but clarifying, which Dr. Pankania will also do, is about the time gap as well. So we know that if you've received the Oxford vaccine, it'll be 3 months afterwards, and some great research coming out that actually the second vaccine at 3 month time seems to give you a very good booster. The same with the Pfizer. So at the moment, the UK guidelines are still, if you've had your first one, your second Pfizer injection will also be in 3 months' time. And actually, there's more evidence coming out that will also give a very good boost. I know some people will get very worried, or maybe even knock on your door again after 3 or 4 weeks saying, please, can we have our second injection?
And I think the thing I'd say to people who are worried is, look, this is a means to an end. It's getting you to a certain point. But if you are doing all the things that we're supposed to be doing, we're socially distancing, we're wearing masks, practicing good hand hygiene, actually, it shouldn't make too much of a difference. You know, this is a longer term plan. So, you know, getting yourself through those 3 months, because you know you're going to have to do that anyway, whether you've had the 2 doses of vaccine or 1 dose of vaccine. For me, I think it's just about saying, actually, you're protecting yourself, and the best people to protect yourself is you. And as long as you're kind of making sure you're not, you know, not within 1 meter for more than a minute, unless you have to be for healthcare reasons or for work. Not within 2 meters for more than 15 minutes. You know, I think it's important things like don't share cars, don't visit households unless it's absolutely essential. You know, all of those things that we're told that we shouldn't be doing are there to help us. So I think in as much as the vaccine helps us, it's everything else that we have to do that will help as well. So it doesn't really matter kind of the time frame, whether you try to shorten that or not, because you'd have to do the same things to protect yourself either way.
Very true. So Darshana, it's been great to have you on, sort of at short notice, coming to be with us. And I said, we'll have you on for 5 minutes, and it's been nearly half an hour together. I think we've really enjoyed that interaction. So on behalf of everyone from Healing Our Earth, you're now part of this family as well. And we look forward to maybe having you back even in a month's time to give us an update of how many vaccines you've given and what you've been doing. So please do come on. You do liaise with everyone here. And if there's any other messages you want to share, this is a platform for you. This is a community platform called Healing Our Earth. And do go back and have a look at all the other previous sessions. As I said, a week or 2 ago, we had a cooking session. So we've had lots of things as well. So,
wonderful. Thank you so much for having me, and lovely to meet you all.
Yeah, thank you, Darshana. So
namaste.
Namaste to you. So those who are watching, my time is now coming to an end. We're going to go. So I think Darshana had the background of a bridge in America. I think it's San Francisco, wherever. But we're actually going now properly to America to Sheila Dobby. Sheila, namaste to you.
Namaste. How are you?
Good. It's like our monthly meetup, isn't it? It's at least we can.
I know.
Meet.
I'm just gonna have to come across the pond and see you one of these days.
I know, and it's morning there. It's still snowing. I think last time I spoke to you, it was snowing. It's snowing again in London today. So we've had a fantastic afternoon already. We've had such a variety of speakers. I'm sure you picked up towards the end. We did have a very emotional and serious moment as well with the Shraddhanjali of the passing away of Seema Sharma, the sister of one of our dear friends Ravi. And but that actually put it into context as well of what COVID is doing. So I'm going to sign off. I just want to screen share once more with some of the events that are coming up. So hopefully you can see the screen, and you can see, well, we can see Darshana once more with her team, with the Mayor of London, but also want to share here what's coming up. So I'm sure, Sheila, you'll be sharing as well. Next Sunday is Valentine's. So let's see what romantic messages might come up there. So do come on. The 21st is the motivation inspirational session. The 28th is a kids and teens session. And the 7th of March is International Women's Day. So you can see Healing Our Earth every week. There is something exciting to show. And really on behalf of our producer and director, Neil Kumar, and the whole Healing Our Earth team, we'd like to thank all of our partners. And you can see some of the partners on the screen there. Mental Health Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, and Rich TV, Diwali in London, Bhakti Sagar TV, Simran Ahuja Official, Hindi Forum. There's so many partners, it's great. Hindi Forum Europe, Sanskriti, Sunrise Radio UK, and a special thanks to Strategic Web Success and Indus.co.uk. That seemed like a mouthful, but actually you can see how much Healing Our Earth has grown over this last year. So Sheila, over to you. Sheila, I think everyone knows Sheila already, who is a whole health dentist based in the Bay Area in Florida. And Sheila, over to you. Namaste, and take us away.
Thank you, Dr. Menon. And I'd like to say a thank you to all the doctors out there, like Darshana and you, that are going out there and making such a difference in the world and vaccinating everybody. So thank you so much. So our next guest, now it's all my time, and we have Dr. Chirag. And for those of you that don't know, behind scenes, Dr. Chirag just currently he's had a patient just 15 minutes ago. He's like rushing around. He gets me a message. He's like, I'm running late. I mean, Dr. Chirag is like on the ground floor in the hospital doing the work, and we're so lucky to have him. He's a board certified pulmonologist and critical care medicine specialist. He is currently serving as a medical director, critical care and respiratory therapy at Stanford Healthcare Valley Fair in Pleasanton, California. Dr. Chirag is also certified and trained in sleep medicine and interventional pulmonology, and he focuses on advanced procedures such as endobronchial valve placement. So we're so lucky to have you, Dr. Chirag. How are you doing?
We're doing well. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
You started off with a very stressful morning. I heard you were supposed to be live on, and you know, for the audience and people that see the recording, we are on live. And right. You were very stressed out. I could tell, because you were supposed to be on. You were like, you know, I've got a patient, and as wonderful, you know, the team were there for you. So thank you. Absolutely. I know you're a busy person, and we have you for about 30 minutes. So Dr. Chirag, you recently had your vaccine, right?
Yes, I did. It's been actually almost a month now since I finished my second dose of my vaccine, and yeah, so far so good. I feel like I had a chance to go out there and get the firsthand, you know, experience, so I can share with my patients and loved ones and share my experience. Yeah, so yeah, it's almost going to be a month. Yep.
And as a medical director at Stanford Healthcare, obviously most of your colleagues have been vaccinated. And have they seen many side effects?
Fortunately, we have not, you know, seen a lot of side effects that are worrisome or something that we felt like, wow, we need to stop doing vaccines. We need to change our policies or approach. Fortunately, most of the people who had side effects, they have been very minor and something that we had to monitor them for a day or two. But they've all been able to recover from them. And that number of you know, people with side effects have been very, very minimal. Very few patients or colleagues. Yeah. So far, so good.
So you're feeling quite safe recommending the vaccine, obviously, to your patients?
Absolutely. You know, I feel very comfortable. I feel very confident to recommend anyone who is eligible and able to get the vaccine, because you know, this is the only way we'll be able to induce immunity and get that immune shield that we need out there in the community, all over the world. So everything and anything we can do to get to that next step, get the vaccine. I will encourage everyone to go out there. We started having vaccination for all our healthcare and frontline workers about a month ago. Majority of us ended up getting a vaccine. We all have been, you know, sort of also volunteering in something we call as a self-testing for COVID on a weekly basis, which is not a mandatory, but it's an optional program where we continue to test ourselves. And so far, we feel very confident. We haven't had anybody acquire infection, whether they are working in the hospital or clinic setup or out in the community. So yeah, I feel very confident, very comfortable, and I'll encourage everyone to get out there and get the vaccine.
Well, thank you for that. I know there's many people that are concerned about the vaccine, and we do have an expert coming on a little bit later that's going to be talking a lot more about the vaccines. So Dr. Chirag, getting our bodies ready for the vaccine, obviously we need to get healthy. And I know you're a sleep medicine specialist. Can you tell us a little bit about the importance of sleep?
Absolutely. I think, when it comes to our immune system, our physiology, whether it involves breathing, respiratory system, whether it involves heart or cardiovascular system, or whether it involves our brain or neurological system, sleep and breathing take essential role in terms of keeping everything in check and keeping everything in the equilibrium where we want it to be. So something we call it as circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm refers to having our entire body system, our physiology in sync. So whether it's heart beating at a particular rate, whether lungs or you doing your breathing at the particular level you need to be, whether your brain that needs to have enough oxygen, enough thinking power, enough ability to do all the functions, all of them are synchronized, are in contact with each other. So sleep plays an essential role because getting enough sleep, getting enough rest keeps all these systems in sync with each other. For example, if someone who is not able to sleep up to minimum number of hours, which is for somebody who is an adult 18 years and older, usually at least about 6.5 to 7 hours. 7 hours is ideal, but at least minimum 6.5 hours of sleep. And if they're continuously sleeping less than that, and it goes into weeks, months, you can pretty much feel like the body takes a toll. When the body takes a toll, it involves each and every system of our body. That includes, again, respiratory system of our breathing, cardiovascular system, brain, our hormones, our weight, and overall nutrition analysis. So that leads to more weight gain, more tiredness, more fatigue, more loss of interest in day-to-day things, in general, poor performance at work, poor relationship with our loved ones, and also increased risk of having high blood pressure, diabetes, heart diseases, as well as lung diseases. All these things are connected to not sleeping properly. So getting enough number of hours of sleep is very important. At the same time, quality of sleep matters as well. So if someone has medical issues or in general conditions that affect the quality of sleep, which is waking up after falling asleep. Sometimes people have snoring, trouble breathing in their sleep, which we commonly refer to as sleep apnea, which disturbs the breathing at nighttime, affects the oxygenation in sleep, constantly causes interruption in sleep, and that affects the quality of the sleep. So no matter how many hours you're sleeping, whether it's 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, but if you continue to get interruption, continue to wake up in your sleep and interruption in your breathing, that is equally, unfortunately affecting your health as much as not sleeping enough number of hours. So basically, we need to have that equilibrium to sleep enough number of hours, and we want to make sure that quality of sleep is okay because it affects the entire body systems. We are also getting some evidence that poor sleep or not sleeping well can also increase the risk of cancer and malignancy. And this is the latest area we are seeing research, because when we are not sleeping well, it puts stress on our body, stress on a lot of hormones, a lot of systems, not getting enough rest, that eventually affecting the cell development, cellular growth, and can put someone at risk of cancer as well. So a lot of evidence coming out in that regard, but yes, sleep is essential to keep everything in check. Yeah.
So what advice would you give a lot of people out there that are having difficulty sleeping, especially with the pandemic on? There's a lot of stress, people losing their jobs. Is there any tips that you can give people?
Yeah, I think, pandemic has brought a whole new perspective to sleep quality and then affecting, health in general, because people who were already having trouble sleeping for a number of other reasons, now with stress related to COVID, stress related to any of their loved one getting sick with COVID or other infection, not being able to travel, not being able to see their loved ones or family members. At the same time, a lot of people who don't have the luxury to work from home remotely, affecting their jobs, not being able to travel, or losing their jobs, or not being able to perform at their routine job or work level. This has been adding enormous amount of stress to individuals, patients, and it's just affecting sleep even more. So it's pretty much like a vicious cycle. When you already have some degree of sleep problems to begin with, and you have another huge stress factor related to not, related to worries or stress related to whether it's COVID or whether it's job loss or poor performance at the job, or at, having overall effect of COVID for all these reasons, it has just made sleep problems even worse. And it's just adding more stress to their physiologic or their underlying medical problems, poor control of diabetes, poor control of blood pressure. We have had patients who just been waiting at home, being scared, not being able to see their doctors, or not been coming to a clinic or a emergency room or hospitals, not sleeping well, worried about the same time, and just having their blood pressure getting out of control, their heart under more stress, having more risk of heart attacks, more risk of stroke, all these things adding additional risk. So again, it's a vicious cycle affecting one thing after another. So now probably is the time more than ever to work on the stresses related to job, or whether it's COVID or infection. All of that probably needs more mental health support, more stress management support to get that proper sleep, get that proper rest, so that we can focus on health. And again, on top of having issues related to COVID, we don't have to have patients go through another level of issues, which is their illnesses getting worse because of this. Yeah.
So there are some techniques that you can learn through, like meditation and breathing, that can help, right, Dr. Chirag?
Absolutely. I think more and more, I would say, there is a need to do sort of self-care and, focus on self-health than ever before. And I think the way we have been focused overall as medical doctors, as physicians, to look at the underlying problem, run the tests, find out the issue, then work on either prescribing medications, either doing procedures, which is something we continue to do. However, there is a huge avenue to focus on self-health and overall focusing on doing more management for in terms of coming to meditation, whether it's something that relaxes you by doing, listening to something that's a calm music, or listening to having a conversation with somebody who might be a friend who is willing to listen or understand, or maybe a therapist, or even things available online. We have access to so many things on the internet, including YouTube. So many patients who have trouble sleeping with the stress. I continue to refer them to reach out to these resources online, whether it's meditation resources, whether it's something that involves listening to instructions about doing things that will calm their mind, relax. At the same time, a lot of times doing things like yoga, pranayama. There are so many options out there, which is something that we just haven't explored. And unless we try and explore, these things are something we won't be able to know how much they help. So I continue to encourage my patients. I continue to explore them for myself as well, because there is so much out there that can be done to overall, relax the mind and support their overall, sleep, because directly there is connection between stress, mind not relaxed, and then affecting the sleep overall.
Yeah, I tell my patients a lot that they need to make sure that their last cup of coffee is at like 12 o'clock, because that caffeine can actually stay in their bloodstream and cause them to be awake. And then I also remind them that 1 hour before you're going to sleep, make sure you don't have your devices on, because that blue light from your device can activate your brain and kind of give it the signal that it's awake, as opposed to the body being ready to kind of to go to sleep. And also the kind of diet that people are eating, there's more alcohol now out there, which doesn't help with sleep, a lot of sugar intake, which kind of activates the brains. So thank you for reminding us, Dr. Chirag, that we do need to be really kind of mindful during this time, because the pandemic is a difficult time for a lot of people they are a lot of more stress. And when it comes to going to bed, we need to be doing things to wind our body down so that we can start relaxing and our stress hormones are not so high. And as far as things that you're doing, Dr. Chirag, what do you do? Because obviously I just got a glimpse of your very stressful day. I was just getting up and you're already like dealing with patients and running around. I mean, how do you kind of wind down in the evening and just relax? What's the advice a sleep doctor can give our audience?
No, absolutely. This is something just going through years and years of training and the same setup, taking care of patients who are critically ill, patients who are sick, and just multiple things happening at the same time. So definitely being in this scenario, being in that setup for years and years, definitely, overall helps building that comfort level and experience and trying to do the next step. But no, I continue to tell myself, you have to take one step at a time in this situation, because the way our mind is that it's something that tends to go to multiple things or things that are happening at the same time. It will naturally have a tendency to go and explore those areas. But we have to work on just focusing on one step at a time. And that's what I tell my patients, that, things, of course, there are things out there you're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, day after, week, month, but a lot of things you can't control. And most of the time you keep worrying about things which you can't control. And I think working on techniques where you focus on getting your worries out of your mind, so something we call as worry technique or wind down at the end of the day, and you go over the things that are on your head, whether it's something you can type it out, you can write it out, you can think over with your eyes closed or talk to somebody. Just kind of list those things and come up with a plan how you're going to solve them. And then you tell yourself, hey, we have thought through these things, we have worked on a plan. Now we are going to worry about it when we have to deal with them the next time, and we have a plan laid out. So working on that plan is something has been proven to be effective. It's something we use as called a CBTI, or cognitive behavioral therapy, for insomnia. And this really helps people who have trouble sleeping because of stress or things that are bothering them. It does take time. It requires something that you could continue to do over weeks or months, but eventually it does work. And it's a lot more effective to help on a long-term basis compared to giving different medications which are available prescription for patients to help sleep. And this is something that we have to do sometimes, where for short term we have to prescribe medications, but on a long-term basis, this is the only way you can come through this, is by working on the cognitive behavior therapies, by working on the plan. So I pretty much do the same for myself. I've been doing it. I continue to share with my patients too, that there are times at work and situations where things are stressful, whether it's related to patients or something I'm planning to do next day. But you have to work on one step at a time. You have to come up with a plan and then just follow your plan. And that's the best we can do, and that's the only thing we can do. And it tends to help so far. Yeah.
Thank you. Something that helps me is I actually have a notepad next to my bed, and if a thought comes into my my mind, even if it's in the night, I'm kind of scribbling down. I write down like the things that are bothering me, so that I don't have to. It doesn't just churn into my head, and then in the morning I'll look at them and I go, oh, these are. Or even sometimes you get great ideas in the middle of the. You're thinking you're solving the world problem, so you kind of write things down, and then that way it's kind of just put to rest, and then in the morning you can get up. A few other things that research has shown is having a room that's a little bit cooler also helps. And even essential oils like lavender oil has been shown, a little bit of lavender oil on your pillow actually has shown to help with sleeping.
Absolutely. No, I think things that, whatever can help. There is a relaxing, calm music, whether it's particular smell, whether it's temperature, anything, everything that helps relax. I think all these resources are good. Absolutely. Yeah.
And we're going to be doing a lot more sessions on Healing Our Earth about helping people sleep, helping people get Yes, and thank you so much for being part of this team. And I know we're going to be doing more sessions.
Absolutely.
There is a session coming up on 21st of February where we're going to be talking about motivation and inspiration, and that's going to just help people through these things like cognitive behavioral therapy. We're going to talk about things like that.
It's wonderful.
So thank you. Sleep apnea. That's something that I noticed in my practice that is very underdiagnosed. Can we talk a little bit about sleep apnea? What is it, and how do we know if someone that we love may have it or if we may have it?
Sure, absolutely. I think sleep apnea is still one of the most commonest undiagnosed disorder or a problem out there in the world. It's out there globally. It affects all ages, whether it's children, adults, or older adults, or senior folks. It is something that can affect men and women, so all ages, men or women, kids. It's very common. Up to 30% of men have some degree of sleep apnea, which is out there, and up to 20 to 25% of women have some degree of sleep apnea that's out there. And with COVID and pandemic, the numbers have unfortunately gotten worse because, again, patients are unfortunately, under a lot of stress. They're worried about reaching out to their doctors. A lot of things are being put off. So seeing physicians and getting testing done remains a challenge for so many folks. It's something that is easily recognized. Somebody who snores all the time may have sleep apnea. Snoring all the time is very common. However, it could be a sign of sleep apnea. Sometimes it's more prominent than that. So somebody who keeps waking up 2 to 3, 4 times a night on regular basis, that could be related to their breathing in their sleep and oxygen in their sleep being affected because the throat continues to close down in our sleep, and that something is not in our control, and that causes interruption in the breathing and wakes up a patient or somebody who has sleep apnea. All the time people will wake up with a headache, dry mouth. Also, a lot of times they have over performance during the day, feeling tired, sleepy, whether they're at home, they're at work, whether they're working on the computer from home these days. They feel like they are not having their A game, their performance is down. All of the time people describe this as having a brain fog, especially folks who work on the computer for longer hours. They used to have a great, sharp, overall effect, and then now suddenly they are losing their touch. A lot of times people feel sleepy while driving, and it remains the number one reason for car accidents for people who are truck drivers, people who drive for professional reasons, or even driving in general, people falling asleep on the wheel with longer commutes. It could be related to not sleeping well and sleep apnea. Diagnosis is actually, fortunately, has gotten better and better. We still do traditional way to test for these things, which is called doing a sleep study where patients will come in and sleep in a facility, which is more like a hotel called sleep lab. You'll have a lot of sensors studying the breathing, oxygen, heart, as well as brain waves and breathing effort. At the same time, we have easier tools to diagnose sleep apnea where we will do testing at home, where patients will come and take equipment at home, hook up to themselves and sleep one night and return it back to us. And these days we are working on different avenue now with pandemic is something we call as mail-in disposable home study units. So we can mail the sleep study testing kit, and it has a simple app on the phone that patients will download, hook up a sensor on their hand, and then it will get recording on the app and send it via cloud to us physicians, and then they can just dispose the unit. So that takes a fear from a lot of patients that they have to use equipment from a facility, possible risk of catching infection or COVID. That's been a challenge with sleep testing. So fortunately, a few things have been positive with pandemic. One of the positive things is that we have better technology coming out, and we will be doing a home sleep study in a mailing disposable kits. Again, it's not applicable for all patients. Patients with underlying heart or lung disease, they still need to come into the sleep center and sleep lab and sleep there, but this is something that we can use for majority others. And once we diagnose, the treatment options have just gotten better and better. We still use the most effective way to treat, which is using a small mask, which is called CPAP. Machines have gotten quieter and smaller. The masks have gotten really small as well. At the same time, a lot of times people who can't use them or a mild degree of sleep apnea, we can even use dental devices these days, which are out there, and something that you deal with quite a bit, Sheila. Basically, are the dental devices or oral appliances, bringing the lower jaw forward, just like this when you're sleeping, and it opens the airway. There are almost 160 FDA-approved oral appliances out there here in US, United States, and worldwide. And we have a pacemaker out there to treat sleep apnea. We can offer a number of things to treat, but I cannot speak enough to encourage and increase awareness for sleep apnea. It affects high blood risk, increased risk of stroke, heart disease, lung conditions, also increased risk of diabetes. Cancer is linked with everything. So it's definitely something that we only know the tip of the iceberg so far, and we need to deal a lot more, and I think a lot more awareness needs to be done. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I've noticed a big increase in my patients with sleep apnea, and I've been making a lot of devices for them, and it really makes a difference. They sleep better, they feel better, the stress gets better. And even as you said, people don't realize the importance of sleep and weight management. There's a whole hormonal system that's affected there, and people are sleeping so much better, and they actually find that they're losing weight. I know our time is coming to an end, Dr. Chirag, and I did want to ask you one question. You are a lung specialist, and I'm noticing a lot of people are really spraying a lot of disinfectant around, and you can really smell that disinfectant. Is that dangerous for lung health?
Absolutely. I think you bring a very good topic. We have always been focused on lung disease and cigarette smoking, which is something we continue to still remain focused. And clearly there is a huge risk with cigarette smoking or smoking in general, leading to lung problems like COPD, emphysema, and lung cancer. And we will continue to, we continue to encourage not to smoke and spread that out. But at the same time, there are so many other things which we inhale and affects our lungs. And this is something we are I would not say we have ignored, but I would say we just have not been able to encourage awareness in this area. And one of the big ones are any kind of fumes that we used for cleaning, whether it's around the work setup or at the home environment, especially now with pandemic, everyone trying to stay safe, clean, using different disinfectants, whether it's in a spray form, whether it's using a wipe form to clean the desks, clean the dinner tables, kitchen, whichever you are using. I think in general, there needs to be an awareness that when there is a toxic fume involved, when we are cleaning it, inhaling it directly or in close contact on a regular basis for long term. We are doing this for weeks, months, up to a year now these days with everything going around. It can have effect of increased chances of affecting your lungs. We are seeing connection related to people having more asthma, kids developing asthma, long-term having chronic lung issues, inflammation in the lung and scarring. And I think we will learn more as years go on because we'll be getting more data with increased use of disinfectants. So clearly we have to disinfect, we have to stay safe, but there are measures we can take, wearing gloves when we are using strong disinfectants, using a mask if we are going to be within 2 or 3 feet of spraying or cleaning, avoiding the direct inhalation, something we call as direct lung injury by inhaling these chemicals, which could be toxic to our lungs, something we are used to seeing in people who are in the hazardous work environments when they have accidental exposure leading to lung damage. And it's very similar to that, and a long term can have effect on it. So I'll encourage everybody to be safe, keep proper distance, wear gloves when you're using strong disinfectants. If you're spraying, make sure you're not in closer proximity that all the chemicals you're spraying can be inhaled. Similarly, if you're around the gas station, when you are seeing those strong fumes nearby, you got to be careful. You're out and about, and if you are around a work environment which involves using strong disinfectants or fumes which they are used for work purposes, you gotta take the extra measures, whether it's wearing gloves or wearing a mask, because it can make a difference long term. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm so glad you clarified that because I really wanted to get that answered because I know there's so much disinfection going around.
Yeah.
I know our time has come to an end. I know you have to get back to your patients, and thank you so much for giving us that time that you have. I know that you're on call. And we are going to have a session on lung health a little bit later on Healing Our Earth so that we can really dive into how to keep our lungs healthy and so that we are nice and healthy. So thank you so much, Dr. Chirag, and thank you for your time, and we'll see you very soon, as I know you're part of our team now, so a lot more sessions will be coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and sorry again, I know we lost about 15-20 minutes, and I know there are some questions on the side there too about circadian rhythm disorders, and I think we'll probably, like you said, we'll have to do a different session. I think this is looks like a topic near and dear to a lot of folks, and I think looking forward to discuss that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye.
So this brings us to our next guest, who is Dr. Naras Bhatt. He is a board-certified internal medicine doctor on obesity medicine, sleep medicine, metabolic cardiology, allergy, and immunology. Dr. Bhatt is going to talk about how gut can be hero to defeat the COVID-19 villain. He's born in India and educated in the West. Dr. Bhatt connects Western disciplines and Eastern medicine using his unique educational perspective. Dr. Bhatt has been a professor of mind-body medicine at the Saybrook University, San Francisco, and currently teaches at the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Bhatt is the author of internationally renowned books, How to Reverse and Prevent Heart Disease and Cancer, Reversing Stress and Burnout. Dr. Bhatt's work has been cited in Time Magazine, Cardiology Today, Business Week, and national TV. Hi, Dr. Bhatt. How are you? Good to see you, my dear friend. Dr. Bhatt, I can't quite hear you.
Okay, let me see what, let me put this, let me see.
And can we get the screen share off so we can just see
Yeah.
Say hello?
Go on screen share.
Oh, so much better. You sound so much better now.
Are you on screen share now?
I can just see your screen, but I'd love to
screen
see
share
your
work.
face. Yes.
Share working? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And how's that? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, you can start your presentation if you'd like, and then we can get to
good,
see you.
good. Okay.
How are you, Dr.
Good, thank you. And once the technology is set up, let's jump right into the topic. And
Absolutely. It is set up. I can see your screen, and I can see a picture of you, and you can
Thank
start your
you.
presentation.
Now, the topic of mine is how gut can be the hero to defeat the COVID-19 is the villain. And so we're going to cover some basic concepts that you can take home and then work on to deal with the COVID times, managing your own body, your own eating patterns, sleep, and so forth. The hero is called short chain fatty acid, and the villain is the LPS or the endotoxin. And the battlefield is the intestinal barrier or the gut biome. Let's look at 3 principles here. One is the Chinese principle of crisis is opportunity. Second is the Indian principle of karma. That is, what you sow, you reap that one. In other words, feed and get fed. If not, you eat and be eaten. And that is in the background of gut biome of Western science. In these times of COVID, we have a pervasive uncertainty of health, uncertainty of job, family, and money, and at the same time, isolation. But one thing is certain, you have to eat, you have to sleep, and you have to poop. And my message to you today, how to do those three things most biologically efficient way so that you can deal with the COVID. There are 5 things in the problem domain that we want to discuss. One is the biome, gut biome and COVID, how they are connected. Second is the battleground of the gut. And third is the hero and the villain, that is the short chain fatty acid and LPS. And then how we manage hunger, and then how we should manage the hidden hunger, which is how you feed your gut biome. The solution will be goal, tool, and ritual. The goal is feed and then you eat. And the tool is superfoods and how to use them. And the ritual is how to eat every meal. And more importantly, how to eat COVID focused meal, if you are hit with COVID. Gut biome is an invisible organ of our body. Our visible organ is what you see and what you feel. The invisible organ is hidden in our body. It's the rule of 90. 90% of your body is microbiome or the bacteria, and only 10% is you. So what do these microbiomes do? They produce postbiotics. The prebiotic is the food of the probiotics. And when they eat the prebiotic, they produce postbiotic, which is a short chain fatty acid and the LPS, as we have talked, and that affects our metabolism. And the gut biome, it participates in our nutrition, energy harvest, vitamins, such as vitamin K, B12, and all the vitamin absorptions. Immunity, the gut barrier, inflammation, and infection. Gut biome dictates and manages your mood through neurotransmitters. It manages your skin health and aging. There are 6 different domains that are connected to your COVID and then your gut biome. If you look at this picture, this is the gut barrier, and COVID infects not only your lungs, but also any other part of the body. But the gut biome is the command center. And then at that level, it interacts with the immune system, and the short chain fatty acid, the hero, has to win the battle for you. And that is called gut-lung axis. The 6 domains that I mentioned are 1, COVID infection, 2, the severity of COVID disease, and 3, long COVID or the prolonged suffering from COVID. And the 4th one is the response to COVID vaccination. 5th one is the reaction to COVID vaccination. And the 6th one is the treatment response to COVID. All of these are dependent directly as well as indirectly to your gut biome, and hence the importance of your gut as a battlefield to deal with COVID. I have picked up some of the relevant medical journal references for you, and the first one I want to comment on is a British medical journal publication just came out, in which they showed that gut microbiota affects the disease severity of COVID. Specifically, persistent symptoms and multi-system inflammation syndrome can be tracked down to gut biome, as you can see here on the right side. COVID patients during hospitalization, COVID patients discharged after the hospitalization, and non-COVID patients, the bacterial pattern in their gut is different, thereby reflecting that dysbiotic gut bacteria composition is perhaps directly or indirectly responsible for COVID disease and its progression. This is the battlefield again. The microbiota, is affected by advanced age, diabetes, obesity, hypertension, etc. And then when the COVID infection occurs, the immune messages go across the intestinal barrier and stimulate the immune response and release immune mediators called cytokines. That's what you have heard in the news as a cytokine storm. That is the storm in which these messenger molecules are thrown all over the body to produce a havoc. From the Wuhan study, we have seen that 7 to 11 days after the onset of the disease, this cytokine storm occurs. That is the window in which you have the ability to modulate your gut bacteria and gut biome such a way that you can increase your defense force called short chain fatty acid, and that is a gut biome based defense. The microbiota also alter the efficacy of the vaccines. Decoding the unknowns in the long COVID. This is another recent publication from British Medical Journal and some study going on at the King's College London as well. What do they look at? They looked at the bacterial pattern in the gut in patients who have long COVID. By the way, 1/3 of patients who have COVID with a mild symptom or severe symptom end up having long COVID, that is sustained symptoms due to COVID, just like one of the diseases we know, chikungunya, which is pervasive in Asia, particularly in India and all. You have residual symptoms for several months, after the acute disease is over, which is the immune reaction. Similarly, the long COVID is a continued immune reaction, which again is dependent on your gut bacteria, which is the command center of your immune system. Vaccination and gut biome. When you get to vaccination, as a child, you mount enormous immune response. But as you get older, then you have what is called immune senescence. The immune system gets old, and added to that, you have inflammation associated aging, which is called inflammaging, and that increases as you get older. And why you need to know this is because as an older person, especially after age 70, if you get a COVID vaccination, you may not mount an immune response. And we have seen several such patients in our practice. And this is a review written on this topic by our Stanford immunologist. So vaccination response, that reaction and even death that has been reported recently from Norway, they analyzed 23 deaths, after or related to vaccination, not directly due to vaccination, but timeline-wise, it happened after the vaccination. In those patients, they looked at it, and then the gut biome was one of the variant that perhaps could have been managed if you prepared that patient before the vaccination by balancing their gut bacteria and increasing the friendly bacteria to give you maximum immune response. In short, then, if you have COVID, your prognosis is better if the gut bacterial balance is maintained correctly. On the contrary, if you neglect your gut bacteria, you have poor outcome and critically ill and perhaps even death. Again, it is summarized in one of the recent medical journals, as you have seen here. Our immune system has an innate immunity and adaptive immunity. Innate immunity is a non-specific against the foreign invader, whereas the specific immunity is invoking tailor-made immunity by helper cell, called TCD4 cell, and both are dependent on your gut biome because 70% of your immune system is located in your gut. This is a battlefield. You have mucous membrane in your gut, and then you have the muscle and the immune system. The gut bacteria, when particularly these are keystone bacteria, when they are not there, the key member of that bacteria is called Akkermansia. When it is not sufficient, lack of bacterial diversity or lack of Akkermansia leads to what is called a leaky gut and transmit of the bad guy or the LPS into the immune system, and then gut-induced dysfunction of your entire body and entire immune system. And the keystone bacteria, you see the keystone is in an arch, the middle stone that is dictating the sustenance of the arch. And the keystone bacteria, once again, those of you who are listening from far part of the world, these are the three key things: Akkermansia, Ficobacterium, and Bifidobacterium. And that goes out of balance when you have dysbiosis. And what happens is, if you do not feed these bacteria with the prebiotic or fermentable fiber, they get hungry and eat your own mucous membrane. They cannibalize you. And that is the key problem in gut dysbiosis. And that is why don't let them starve. Don't let them starve, or else they eat you instead. Eat plants. Your bacteria want to eat fermentable fiber from plants. By the way, the meat or the animal food does not have meat fiber, is not the fiber they like to eat. That's what you like to eat. And so in our Indian system, we say the karma. You feed and get fed. You feed the microbial accessible carbohydrate to your gut biome and they will feed you back. Or let them eat you because you eat without feeding them. You eat processed, non-fermentable food and the biome will eat your gut mucosa as their food. And once again, this is the battlefield of the hero of short-chain fatty acid and the villain of lipopolysaccharide derived from your bacteria. The prebiotics are the specialized fiber that support the beneficial microbiome in the gut. Probiotics are the live organisms. Postbiotics are the products of these bacteria, and they could be good or bad, and all this happens in your large intestine or colon. And the LPS or the villain, is a bacterial cell wall, and LPS goes up based on meal content immediately after meal up to 5 hours. That is why more you eat unfavorable food, more is your endotoxin LPS. And by the way, the fatty food, particularly animal food, is more harmful for you because it increases the LPS. Now, this is the journey of this endotoxemia. It has a local effect in your intestine and systemic translocated effect in the rest of the body, which is called systemic inflammation. And that, if it happens in conjunction with the COVID-19, then you have hyperinflammation and severe to fatal COVID-19. So what is the approach? The approach is we're going to focus on hunger, hidden hunger, hedonic or pleasure-driven hunger, and then double hunger of obesity or starvation with the hidden hunger. What are they? Hunger is seeking and finding and eating nutrients that gives you energy, like carbohydrate, fat, and protein. Hidden hunger, as World Health Organization calls it, is hunger without knowing that you're hungry, like hunger for vitamins and minerals, and most importantly, in this context, fermentable fiber and resistant starch, which is the food for your microbiome. Vitamins and minerals, A to Z, they are required as an antiviral strategy in your process of innate or natural immunity and adaptive immunity. However, whatever you take is not going to be absorbed unless you have adequate fermentable fiber to balance your gut bacteria and absorb it properly. There are two aspects of eating. One is when to eat. The other is what to eat. Intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting focuses on the when aspect of eating. In our clinic, in our practice, we recommend 16-8, 16 hours of fasting and an 8-hour window of eating. And remember, each time you eat, your LPS endotoxemia goes up. When you have intermittent fasting of prolonging your fasting time, then you're reducing the load of LPS of the villain. And then eating part, once again, is feed and then eat plant-focused food. What's wrong? What went wrong in our eating pattern is that the processed carbohydrate, processed grains, in which bran and the germ is taken out, and you have a refined grain that is depleted of the food for your gut bacteria. Fermentable fiber is taken out. To make it palatable, they add sugar, sweetener, and salt and emulsifiers. And then saturated fat is increased. Pro-inflammatory omega-6 fat is increased because of our cooking oil. Anti-inflammatory omega-3 deficiency is a part of that. And this is what we call SAD in America. That is the standard American diet. That is plenty of processed rice, potato, bread, and pasta, and the wrong kind of cooking oil, pro-inflammatory cooking oil, animal protein that causes dysbiosis of your gut, very little green and very little fruits and vegetables. An animal-based food versus a plant-based food, and again, it causes dysbiosis of your gut bacteria when you increase the animal-based food. I know in our culture, many people, they like to eat meat. That is okay. I mean, I'm not professing as a moralist, as a scientist. If you have to eat it, always feed your gut bacteria with what they like to eat. That is the fermentable fiber from plants, and then you eat your meat. Dietary fat from animal sources and the saturated fat increase your endotoxemia once again. And then fish oil is a very effective supplement to balance your omega-6, omega-3 imbalance. Specifically, avoid safflower, sunflower, soybean, corn oil, and the omega-6 dominant oils that are pro-inflammatory, and use a cooking oil of olive oil or avocado oil, and even coconut oil, which is omega-6, omega-3 neutral. And once again, emphasizing the animal food versus plant food, animal protein versus plant protein. And then what about the carbohydrates? Carbohydrates, the best source of carbohydrate for you and your gut bacteria is beans and lentils, or resistant starch that comes from potatoes and green bananas. Everywhere you can find it all over the world. And feed your bacteria, then eat your meal. So even before you eat your Big Mac from McDonald's, you feed your bacteria with their Big Mac, meaning a microbiota accessible carbohydrate. The prebiotic are fertilizers for the microbiomes. Additionally, the polyphenols, the coloring agents in the plants, and that is that's what gives the plants the bright color. And they are the polyphenols or bioflavonoids, food for your microbiota. Now, resistant starch is the easiest way to get your fermentable fiber component for your gut bacteria. And a resistant starch primarily comes from unmilled, partially milled whole grains and seeds, like beans, lentils, and whole grains. Unripe bananas, uncooked potatoes, or high amylase maize. They eat quite a bit of that in India. And these are the other sources of resistant starch. Most importantly, cooked and cooled rice and pasta and potatoes are the resistant starch. You can have it in your kitchen very easily. Cook and put these foods in the refrigerator. Within 8 to 10 hours, they become resistant starch. And a wild card, when you play a game, the card game, they call it as joker in India, wild card in America. And the wild card of resistant starch is potato starch, or uncooked or cooked and cooled potato, or inulin, which is also available as a powder. And the easiest way to do anywhere in the world is a curd rice and put it in the refrigerator and eat it after 8 to 10 hours. That becomes cooked, cooled, resistant starch, which is called the retroconversion of the resistant starch, which is the food that your microbiome loves to eat to balance your gut bacteria. Now let's make a quick comment on, I said eating, sleeping, and then pooping. So they're sleeping. Your gut brain is connected to your brain through messengers. That is why circadian rhythm of sleeping after the sunset and waking up before at or sunrise, and that synchronizes the clock in your brain to the clock in your gut. And that synchronization of the brain in your gut and brain in your head balances your gut bacteria, because they each have their own cycle. And this is the connection between the gut bacteria and your brain via vagus nerve, immune system, and neurotransmitters. The GABA, the sleep-inducing chemical, is produced in your gut. Melatonin, the sleep-inducing chemical, is produced in your gut. So your gut is the factory to produce these neurotransmitters to balance your life. So finally, the solution for gut biome and then COVID is the goal, tool, and ritual. The goal is feed your gut bacteria, do not starve them. The tools are superfoods, and what you eat and when you eat. Superfoods are fermentable fiber, polyphenols, and the healthy oils I mentioned, and then probiotics. And when you eat, that is, create an eating window and a fasting window. And that is 16-8 eating is the one that is most practical. That is also the new science that we practice in, at least in North America and Europe, is what is called fasting mimicking diet. In the morning, for example, instead of breakfast, you have healthy fat like avocado or nut butter or almonds, and and then coffee or tea without sugar or cream, and then this puts you into nutritional ketosis to boost your immune system, as well as to reduce your insulin secretion. And then the fasting mimicking diet is popularized as a prolonged diet in Southern California, Los Angeles, by Dr. Walter Longo. And the eating ritual has a twofold. One, feed and then eat at every meal. The second is boost your gut biome power pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID time, or pre-vaccine, vaccine, and post-vaccine time. Such a way, even if you eat without any discipline rest of the time, during this pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID time, if you can feed your gut bacteria and then eat. And sometimes we even ask our patients to go on a 21-day vegan challenge to balance your gut. If you divide your plate into two, the first half on the left side is to feed your gut bacteria. Second half is to feed your own body. And that feed and then eat is the slogan or the axiom. So to summarize, there are three things I said. That is, eat, sleep, and poop. And you monitor it. Eat ancestral resistant starch in terms of beans and lentils or whole grains. Example of a curd rice that is put in the refrigerator, or simple things like a green banana to feed your gut bacteria. Then sleep by circadian rhythm of sunset to sunrise. And then look at your poop. That is, your poop should come out like a snake. If it doesn't, you have constipation, or inflammation-prone poop. And to recap once again, this is a COVID times, and we have the crisis. According to Chinese culture, we have the crisis is an opportunity, but our karma is to feed and then get fed, because what goes around comes around. If not, you have the fear of eat and be eaten. So Sheila, with that note, I conclude my formal presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. So yeah, let's put the camera back onto you so we can actually, the audience can get a chance to meet you.
Okay, I'm back.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Bhatt. So basically what you are saying is that we have healthy bacteria in our gut. Everyone has it. And we have to have a balance of good bacteria, bad bacteria, and have a good balance by eating correctly, sleeping well, and the way we monitor that this is all in balance is by making sure we're checking our poop. And you had those great diagrams. And for anyone that wants to go back, they can go to www.healingour-earth and have a look at this recording again. And for the audience, it might be quite overwhelming because there's a lot of medical terms in there, but you can kind of go down and slowly watch it and just take the advice that's there. So Dr. Bhatt, what is, can you tell us the top 3 superfoods that we can eat that are healthy for our gut biome?
Okay, the top 3 superfoods are, number 1, beans and lentils. Beans and lentils, okay, universally available everywhere. And then the second is a staple food of rice, but cook and cool your rice. You cook it, and then, in Indian culture, they use a thing called curd rice. You can, but you have to put it in the refrigerator to convert it into a resistant starch. They also call it as a congee. When I was growing up in India, and what do you say in Britain? They call it congee.
I have no idea what congee is.
Yeah, rice. Cook rice and leave it the rice water with it, and that is called congee. And then you can keep your congee in China. I have traveled extensively in China. They call it congee in China as well. And then you cook your rice and keep it as a congee in the refrigerator. So that is why that's beans, rice, and lentils I mentioned. And next is potato. Potato is a very good food because the potato has the resistant starch. And then you cook the potato and then you put it in the refrigerator, it becomes a more resistant starch. And then of course, supplements like, yeah, for Indian culture, by the way, you asked, the beans, one of the most commonly eaten beans in Indian culture is chana, which is the garbanzo bean, isn't it? And that is one you could do it. But any beans, black beans is very commonly used in the US, and we recommend. I eat black beans. Really, I cook it in a pressure cooker, in a instant pot. By the way, it is important for your audience to know that beans have to be soaked. Beans and lentils have to be soaked and then cooked in order to inactivate lectin, which is not that good for your gut bacteria. But if you pressure cook it, the lectin is inactivated.
Got it. And same thing is with nuts, right? You're supposed to soak a lot of the nuts in the night also to remove some of the chemicals, right?
You could, especially almond, you could soak almond and then eat it the next day. And that can be a very good part of your intermittent fasting, 5 almonds, coffee, and tea. And in our culture here, in the Western culture, we use with the concept of bulletproof coffee, which simply means putting MCT oil in the coffee, to increase your ketogenic approach.
What is the MCT oil?
MCT oil is a medium chain triglyceride, which is derived from coconut oil or palm oil as a source. And the MCT oil is like, just to tell you the quick science on it, C8 and C10, caprylic acid and capric acid, are medium chain triglyceride that are used by your body as an immediate source of energy. And most importantly, it puts you into nutritional ketosis. And it is easily available in the American and European market. I don't know about India. If not, you may replace coconut oil in place.
So what about the, there's a lot of, you go to the health food store, you see probiotics and prebiotics. Like, are those healthy for you? And how do you know which ones to take?
When you go to health food store, probiotic is oversold in the market, thinking probiotic is going to do the magic. Probiotic is like your grass or the seed, and the prebiotic is the fertilizer for the seed. You have the probiotic already in your gut. All you need to is fertilize it with the short chain fatty acid producing lentils and beans and the things that I mentioned, resistant to starch. And in olden days, in India or anywhere else in the world, they didn't sell these probiotics. But it is if you want to take it, it is fine. But always take a prebiotic in the natural food form.
What are the best probiotic foods that you can recommend then? I know you mentioned it in your talk, but can you just recap that?
You mean prebiotic or probiotic?
Well, give us a quick list of the best stuff to eat.
Okay. The probiotic, most natural way to consume probiotic bacteria is a fermented food, yogurt, or fermented vegetables. Things in the Korean culture, kimchi, or in Japanese culture, you have the fermented like a tempeh and so forth. But in the Indian culture, all fermented vegetables, and then of course every kind of yogurt product, buttermilk and so forth. And that is a probiotic. The prebiotic, once again, is a nothing to beat beans and lentils. Let me clarify. The beans, 1 cup of cooked beans, if you eat per day, that gives you reasonably good amount of prebiotic. But if you eat 2 cups, or mix it with the beans and the lentils, they call it a dal in Indian culture, that is still better. In any culture you look around the world, there is always on your dinner plate, historically you have either beans or lentils. But nowadays in the processed food industry, we don't use it as often.
Well, this was such an interesting talk because a lot of people are talking about like the vaccine and diet, but not many people are really talking about getting your gut microbiome healthy. So this is really useful. So thank you so much, Dr. Butt. So something you mentioned at the beginning of your talk, you mentioned for elderly patients, you said when they are taking, they're not potentially mounting an immune response even after taking the vaccine. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question, Sheila. Here's the thing though. Remember, in North America, we use two kinds of vaccines, the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine. I heard this morning in the UK, they use Pfizer vaccine and AstraZeneca. At least our experience in North America is with the first two vaccines. We have several patients of ours, we looked at their antibody level, old elderly patients. After receiving the vaccine, they do not mount an immune response. This could be the reason why there are 5% of people who are not protected when they get the vaccine. And then what could be the problem? What could be the solution? It is a published medical fact that I have already mentioned in my lecture, and that is, we know this from vaccination for influenza and Ebola and so forth, that the immune response is dampened in old age, and you can empower it and make it stronger by balancing gut bacteria. So I'm glad you asked the question. Just like you get prepared to go and get a medical procedure, you prepare your gut. Similarly, you get your gut to prepare to go get your vaccine. Eat plenty of beans and lentils, regardless of the side effect of, only side effect is gas. Okay, by the way, regardless of the side effect, then you keep eating it, and then you have the best preparation to go for your vaccination. Continue to do so for 7 to 10 days at least, if not longer, because your immune response for your vaccine needs your robust gut support.
Wow, thank you so much for that information. That just it really reminds us how important eating right is, eating healthy is throughout this whole pandemic time, and using this opportunity to get as healthy as possible. So our time has come to an end, Dr. Butts. Is there anything, your final words that you'd like to say?
Well, my final word is, if I may quote, I know quite a few of our audience is Indian diaspora in India, in Fiji, in Europe, and then in North America, and so forth. We have our old Ayurvedic system. Charaka Samhita is the old textbook of medicine in Ayurveda. If I may quote one piece from there, okay? And it is in Sanskrit, but I will translate, okay? In Sanskrit, it says, Patye sati gadartasya kim aushada sevitam, Patye asati gadartasya kim aushada sevitam. What that means is, if you take a medication without discipline, the medication does not work. On the contrary, if you follow the discipline, you don't have the need for the medication. Simply meaning thereby, if you balance your gut, you don't need much of the medicine, and you can protect yourself even from diseases like COVID. And finally, my signature message is, most altruistically, feed 1 trillion before you eat. Feed your gut bacteria, and then you eat. Then you have satisfied your karma of eating.
And I know our audience wants to know the question. Have you been vaccinated yet, Dr. Bhatt?
Yes, indeed. I got vaccinated. Even the second shot was a month ago. And besides the local pain in my arm, I had no side effect. And most of my patients had no side effect except a day of a fever and chill, if any, and then they recover. It's very safe in our experience.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Dr. Bhatt, and hopefully we'll have you again on Healing Our Earth. And thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So this brings us to our next guest, who has been on our show many times. It's Dr. Bharat Pankaria. He's an advisor on communicable diseases, and he has been featured many times on CNN, BBC, Sky News. Every time I'm turning on the TV channel, I get to see Dr. Bharat on there. He has a lot of experience on pandemic, and he was also a key player in the Ebola and SARS surveillance and control systems. Dr. Bharat, how are you doing? We're so grateful to have you again on our show. How are you?
Good afternoon. Namaste. Namaste, everyone. It's a pleasure, and thank you for inviting me back. I feel empowered. That was a lovely speech and presentation we heard a few minutes ago, and now it's my turn. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we have a lot of people that have been very excited to have you on because there's been so many questions. You know, it's been quite a while now. The vaccine's been out for some time, and you're the global expert. So I have a lot of questions, and let's get straight into it. The first question is, vaccine's been out for some time. Is it safe?
My shortest possible answer would be yes, of course. And just to reassure our viewers and listeners, look, before the vaccine gets started, we put it through the laboratory, the Petri dish models. Then we move it to primate animal models. Then we move it to smaller number of humans in the phase 1 trials. Then we increase the numbers to larger numbers in phase 2 and 3. And then finally, we get this data looked at by independent scrutineers. And then we look and look again. So by the time a vaccine has been licensed, it has gone through many tests and checks. And then it finally gets independent license that it is safe to be given to all the people who are otherwise fit and healthy. We don't want to give them something that may harm them, considering these are fit and healthy people. And one more thing, finally, we also monitor people after we have started to give them the vaccines. So post-vaccine surveillance also continues to make sure that there is no unknown, unexpected outcomes of having had the vaccine.
I think the concern that a lot of people have is the fact that this vaccine came out so fast. You know, most vaccines take several years to be monitored and trials. What's your take on that?
So the reason why not only vaccines, but medicines take decades to finally come to the market is that inertia. The inertia is the thought, the idea, then working it in the lab, and then recruiting people to test it on, and then progressing that experiment, and so on. And all these hurdles take time. You have to get all these ethical board approvals, permissions, etc. And finally, you've also got to find the people to try this new experiment on. And with respect to the vaccines, because it was a global emergency, several things happened. One, it was almost like a bottomless pit of money. So a lot of money was made available to the pharmaceutical companies. Secondly, it was done with earnest and resolve, which was, we're going to do this, we're going to fund you to do it, we're going to make available the volunteers, we're going to be able to do it in record time by opening up all those gates for you. So what was not done was cutting of corners. No corners were cut. We would never cut corners just because we wanted to get something to market quickly. So in answer to your question, Sheila, the answer is, please don't worry that we managed to get a vaccine within 1 year. The reason why we got it within 1 year is all those restrictive gates, the bottlenecks, the restrictions, the slowing down processes were removed, and a lot of money was poured into the system to make it happen sooner. And that's why we've got the vaccines in less than a year.
So that makes a lot more sense. What you're saying is something that would have taken several years with the amount of people that had the vaccine and the money that was putting it was able to be done a lot in a shorter time.
That is correct, yes.
So the concern is also, now this is a different kind of vaccine, right? Most of the vaccines can either be like AstraZeneca, which is like a live attenuated vaccine, but we've got this mRNA vaccine. And obviously for a lot of people that aren't in the medical field, just the word mRNA sounds scary because we associate it with DNA, and then with DNA, we're thinking, is it gonna change our DNA? Is something gonna happen? I mean, I've been on a lot of forums. A lot of my patients ask me a lot of questions. You know, they're worried about long-term effects of this new vaccine because it's not been around before. Are they going to have issues with autoimmunity, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's? Can you address that, Doctor?
My pleasure, absolute pleasure. And really, I want our viewers and listeners to celebrate. This is a huge celebration for science. And if I could turn back, I want to be 20 years old again so that I can join in with this medical revolution. So what this revolution means is as follows. Let me take you through the journey. It really is beautiful. So the So the Pfizer Moderna vaccines are based on a nanoparticle technology. And we really must salute the engineers. Engineering is also important in science and medicine. We salute the engineers who can make the machinery to make the nanoparticles. So what we have is a molecule of mRNA, and I'll explain the mRNA bit in a minute. So we have a tiny, tiny, tiny molecule of mRNA, which is then coated with a lipid envelope. And that lipid envelope coated molecule of mRNA is tiny. It's 10 to the minus 9. It's a nanoparticle. And that nanoparticle is stabilized in your vaccine. And it's also augmented, meaning there's other bits put in, other chemicals to enhance the immune response. And that is the injection that we give you with the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccines. And when we give you that injection, those nanoparticles basically get into your cell. They only get into your cell, not your nucleus, just the cell. Having got into your cell, because it's so tiny, 10 to the minus 9, the lipid membrane is dissolved in the cytoplasm of your cell. And then it releases the molecule of mRNA. That released molecule of mRNA finds what we call a factory in your cell. That factory, we call it a ribosome. So when the mRNA interacts with your ribosome, the ribosome has only one job. It does the job that the mRNA tells it to do. So this mRNA, which we have injected into you through the lipid envelope, tells the ribosome, make me some spike proteins. And it makes you the SARS-CoV-2, the spike protein. And having made this spike protein, these spike proteins are expressed, meaning pushed out onto the surface of the cell membrane. And your body's immune system then recognizes these spike proteins and says, hello, you don't belong here. You don't belong to my body here. You are an alien. You are not supposed to be here. So the immune system recognizes it and attacks it and makes antibodies to attack it. And it also makes immune memory. This way, the vaccine works by making your body make the spike protein, and your body's immune system recognizes the spike protein and makes immune memory. And it makes immune memory two ways. One we call T cell immunity, so that's cellular immunity. And the other one is B cell immunity, which is the arm that makes antibodies. So that's the immune and immunity process for the Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech vaccines. Now then, if we move on to the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccines and the Sputnik 5 Russian vaccine, they are also similar, but a different platform. The different platform is as follows. They attach the molecule of the mRNA, that's the instruction molecule, that's the sequence, that the sequence in that molecule that we want it to do the work that it does when it meets the ribosome. That molecule is attached to a virus this time. The virus in the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine is a chimpanzee virus, chimpanzee common cold virus. And what happens is you inject it, the virus has been denatured. So all that the virus does is it's injected into your arm, and from your arm, it makes the journey into your cell. Once it's made its journey into the cell, it does nothing more. It can't reproduce, it can't multiply, it can't do anything. It just makes the crossing. Having made the crossing, it releases the mRNA molecule. That mRNA molecule interacts with the ribosomes and it makes the spike protein. Now then, to answer your questions about DNA and mRNA and all that, so mRNA is mRNA. It's called messenger ribonucleic acid. That messenger RNA cannot turn around and start making DNA. Okay? It only makes the protein that it has been instructed to make. It does not interact with your nucleus. It doesn't go anywhere near your nucleus. So it doesn't have any interference with your personal DNA. It has nothing to do with it. So it is short-lived, it gets denatured very quickly, and it does what it's meant to do. Instruct your ribosomes in your cells to make spike protein, no more, no less. So those are the main vaccines. If I may add, just taking up a little bit more time for completeness, there are other vaccines. So for example, there is Novavax. Novavax is a new vaccine that's not yet licensed, but we expect it will be successful in being licensed. So the clever people at Novavax make the spike protein in the laboratory. So they make the spike protein in the laboratory by bioengineering methods and inject the spike protein under your skin into your muscles. So that's one example. Then there is another example. The Sinopharm, the Chinese vaccine, uses killed vaccine. So it is a bits and pieces of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It's killed. It's not alive. So it doesn't cause you a disease. It's just arouses immune responses, and then you become immune to that infection. So that's how these vaccines, different platforms, different technologies, all coming together to save planet Earth from SARS-CoV-2. So that my optimism, coming a full circle now, about why I would like to be 20 years again, is these vaccines will also be useful for other diseases. They will either also form vaccines against things that we have not succeeded so far: malaria, dengue, a better TB vaccine, and also better bespoke treatments for cancers and so on, and protein deficiency, genetic disorders, etc. So we expect lots of developments from these new platform of vaccines. Sorry, I took up so much time.
No, I think that's really important to clarify, because so many people are just concerned about it being new technology. But that study of the mRNA vaccine, is that a new thing, or has that been many years and we're just kind of hearing about it recently?
So we've been trying with these mRNAs for a long time, and we never quite succeeded in getting the mRNA, the instructions, into the cells consistently, persistently, successfully all the time, until we tried this using the carrier, the virus, to take it into the cell. That's the AstraZeneca Sputnik one, or you coating it in lipid biofilm and making it into a nanoparticle and then getting it across. Now we have succeeded, and having succeeded, we can do other things.
So it has been around a long time. It's not so brand new that we should be concerned about these things in the future.
No, not at all.
Now, you do mention that the virus that's out there is the spike protein. It's got a lot of spike protein. Now, I'm hearing that things are changing. Is the spike part of the protein changing, or and the reason I ask that question is, are these vaccines going to be effective for the new variants that are coming out?
Yeah, it's a very good and important question, Sheila. So I'm pleased that you're asking it. Let me digress and take our viewers and listeners through it. So these viruses are RNA viruses, ribonucleic acid viruses, and they change and make mistakes. That's the thing. So when they multiply, meaning when they reproduce, when they are reproducing, they haven't got good checking systems. So they make mistakes. And those mistakes are what we call mutations. So they make these mistakes throughout its RNA. It's not only here, there, here, but we are interested in the critical areas of the virus where the mistakes are made. So the critical areas are where the virus attaches itself to the human cell. So that is a critical area. So imagine this. If there was a mutation, such a severe mutation that it found it difficult to attach to the human ACE2 receptor, in that case, it would be end game, the end, because the virus now no longer can infect human beings. That's one outcome. So on the other hand, the mutation, meaning the reproduction mistake, may be such that it's all random chances, by the way. It's random chances and selection as well. So it's a combination of two. It's selection pressures and random chances. I'll address what selection pressures mean in a minute. So if, on the other hand, a virus is making reproduction mistakes, and the mistake happens to be a very good fit for a human receptor. In other words, the key that goes into the lock now goes in smooth, slick, smooth as ever, silicon greased, lubricated, and it goes into the lock and it smoothly opens the lock. So that's the same analogy. If that mutation is that it attaches to the human cells better and can infect you better, then of course we are concerned, because now we have a virus that has become easier to infect you because it finds your ACE receptor a beautiful, a better, a more easier, more excellent fit. And this is the variants we're talking about. So the variants have evolved. The one in the UK has evolved to be more infectious, not more disease causing, not more severe disease causing, but it finds it easy to infect you. And because it finds it easy to infect you, one. Number two, it infects the upper respiratory tract, back of throat, upper area here. And number three, it releases, as a result of two, meaning upper respiratory area, it releases a lot more virus particles. So if you are standing next to somebody who is infectious, before they would be releasing, say, hypothetically, tens of hundreds of thousands of virus particles. But in this case, with the new variant, they're releasing millions and millions of these particles. So if there are millions of them being released, it's easier to get caught by a larger number of virus particles and therefore get infected by it. So the reason why we've seen a spike in number of cases is a more infectious strain. And now, I mustn't use the word strain, more infectious variant. More infectious variants from different parts of the world have arrived, and they've made the case numbers go up. Final, one more bit, and then I will pause for a breath. So we are also interested in the biological structure of the spike protein. So when the mistakes of reproduction happen, the spike protein also changes shape. That's the biological structure. Now, if the shape change is significant enough, and remember, we're dealing with shapes. So if the shape is like this, and then it becomes like this, if the shape is significant enough, the antibodies that you got from immunization may not work against the new shape. And if they don't work against the new shape of the spike protein, then you've got reduced immunity against this new shape. And that is the headache we're dealing with at the moment. So the answer is that some of the vaccines, the AstraZeneca people have already said it, that maybe they're less efficient at eliminating or tackling the infection from the South African variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, we need to be careful about not allowing such variants to emerge so that it negates and nullifies the heroic efforts of developing the vaccines and vaccinating millions of people. I'll stop there.
So the concern is the shape changing, basically. But so far, is the shape changing that much, or are we still, does it seem like it's going to be okay with the vaccine?
So the answer is we are very watchful. So the shape change for the South African variant appears to be of concern in that the AstraZeneca group have said that it is not as effective as it could be, should be. So we are concerned. I'm not saying that the vaccine's effects are now nullified, zero. What I'm saying is if it was in the past 85, 90% effective, it is probably now 60, 70% effective in eliminating it. So it is able to eliminate it, but not as well as it could do.
So even if you had the vaccine and you had one of these, say, South African strains, you would still have a less likelihood of having a severe COVID reaction, correct?
That is correct. So we feel the vaccines still protect you from the end game, which is the one that we all worry about. The end game is severe disease. And if you have severe disease, you could end up being on a ventilator. And if you are on a ventilator, your chances of not coming out of it are very high. 40% or so people don't make it out of a ventilator. So what we want is the vaccines to prevent you from getting to that stage, severe disease. And we feel at this point in time, all the vaccines out there on the market protect most of the people against getting severe disease. They do not protect 100% of the people, but they protect the majority of the people in the high percentages, in the 80, 85% plus region. They are protected from severe disease, which is a very good thing. We should celebrate this.
And are you finding that all the vaccines that are currently out there are just as good as each other, or are there some that are better than each other?
Sheila.
I guess you can't really say that, right?
You're taking me on a shopping trip to see which car to buy. So my answer is, it will be lovely to find out which one is a super duper turbocharged vaccine. Time will tell. Research will tell us. At this point in time, my advice would be they all work, hand on heart, they all work, and they're all going to protect you and save your lives. Please don't go shopping for the vaccines. The first one that is offered to you, take it. It's very important that you're protected. It's very important that you don't go shopping because you think the Moderna one or the Pfizer one or the AstraZeneca one or the Sputnik 5 one are better. They all do the job.
You see, we can't go shopping anymore because the shops are closed. So, hey, we just wanted a little bit of excitement to see if we could go shopping for some vaccines.
That's true.
So, as far as the vaccine and the doses, how important is it to get that second dose exactly the time that is they tell you? And the reason that I bring this up is here in the US, there is a concern that the first batch are getting vaccinated and the second batch of people aren't getting vaccinated. So there's a worry that there might be a delay in getting that second dose.
So as a practicing public health doctor and somebody who has done a lot of pediatrics, and I was also a GP before that, so my journey of being a clinician is long and varied. I know I've been giving vaccines for years, decades, and empirically talking and empirically working it out, the first dose induces immunity. It accelerates what naturally happens in biological systems anyway. The second dose boosts your immunity. So if I were to give the second dose later, will it reduce my immunity? No. So very earlier on, I started promoting that in the middle of a crisis, what should the UK government do? And I said, well, instead of using first dose followed by 4 weeks delay, second dose, take that aliquot of 2 doses per person and double it. Instead of giving it to one person followed by 4 weeks and that same person gets the second dose, increase the interval, right? And that way you immunize twice as many people as fast as possible, as quickly as possible. And that way you save more lives. So the United Kingdom government taking that line of immunize with 1 dose as fast as possible, as many as possible, is a good idea. And giving you your second booster 3 months later is not going to disrupt your immune system or your immune making process. It's not going to give you suboptimal immunity or any of that concern. In fact, to prove my point, we thought this, many of us thought this empirically, but the research was then done and published in the Lancet recently that actually giving the vaccine at 3 months interval is not a bad thing at all. In fact, it is a good thing. So people who are worried that I should have received my vaccine at the 3-week interval, I'm now receiving it at 3 months interval, don't worry about it. It's good for you. Finally, let me explain to you why when pharmaceutical companies, they make drugs and vaccines and other things, they make it to a formula, give it here and then interval and then give it here. It costs them a lot of money to also alter their data sheet to say you can give it at this point and you may also give it at the 4-month state or at the 5-month state, etc. It costs a lot of money and a lot of bureaucratic headaches to change that data sheet. So they say what they say when they say it. But it doesn't mean that you are rigidly bound to, I must give the first dose here, followed by 4-week interval, and then here. You can vary it, which is what the UK government has done.
But the only concern is obviously the second dose gives you the highest level of immunity, right?
So it's a boost. So it's not a concern at all. So what it is when I give you the first dose, that is the magic. So after I have given you your first jab, your first vaccine, That's when the magic starts. And within 3 weeks of having received the first magic, your body has already started to make immune memory, etc. And when at the 3-month stage, I reintroduce that virus signature into your system, I'm only giving your immune system another kicking to say, I'm back again. You better make some more immune memory and remember I'm the bad guy. That's all we're doing, you see. So we're boosting immune memory. Your protection starts 3 weeks after your first jab.
How long does it, I mean, how long is that protection for? I mean, if you take your second dose like 6 months or 8 months later, is it just gonna wean down because it hasn't had its booster?
Yeah, it's a very good point. So I was asked this recently, and I said, well, okay, let's work this out. So say I was given my booster at 4 months instead of 3 months. Is it the end of the world? No, of course not. Your body will still remember what was done to you 4 months ago. What if I was given it at 5 months? I think it will still work. What if I was given it at 6 months? I think it will still work. Of course, there becomes a law of diminishing advantage the longer I leave it. But we don't really know. But if I was pushed into a corner and said, doctor, if I got my second jab at 6 weeks, at 6 months, what are the consequences? I would say minimal, right? Minimal, absolutely minimal. If I was given the second booster at 2 years interval, I might say maybe your immune system won't benefit from it as well as if it had been given earlier. So these are sort of theoretical debates and discussions, but the fact that I've delayed it by 3 months is clearly shown that it works. If you delayed it by 4 months, I'm willing to say, of course it will work. If you delayed it by 5 months, it will still work. I want people to feel reassured that delay in the second jab does not mean you've got a suboptimal immune response.
And what about the mixing of vaccines? Because there's, there's some studies now that are saying, some people taking the Pfizer first and then the AstraZeneca one second is actually it's better. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it might be better actually, who knows? But, when I have been struggling to get young surgeons to be seroconvert against hepatitis B vaccine, sometimes they have 3, 4, 5 of one brand of the Hep B vaccine and they never seroconvert. And then we used to tell them, swap brands and let's see what happens. And when they swapped brands, lo and behold, they seroconverted straight away. So with respect to, say you received your Pfizer vaccine first, and now I've got to give you an AstraZeneca one, what are the consequences? Nil, zero, none. Look, we used the nanoparticles in the first instance to induce immunity. This time, we're using a carrier virus to take the mRNA molecule into your cell to make the spike protein to express and then create immunity. So we're using a different pathway to get into your cell, but to make the immune response, it's the same process. We're getting your ribosomes to interact with the RNA, messenger RNA, to make the spike protein. One was through a nanoparticle, the other was through a virus getting the molecule into your cell. No difference, no problem, it will work.
Got it. Now, the concern out there is the age. There's some countries that are very concerned about people above 65 taking the vaccine. What are your concerns about that, Dr. Parrott?
Yeah, Sheila, you're asking lovely questions today. I'm very happy to be asked them and answer them for you too. So thank you for asking it. These are lovely things that I love teaching my students. So here it is. So this is a case of splitting hairs. right? This is, neither party is wrong, but there's a lot of hair splitting, and the media love to see the divide, and they like to make it look like it is the Grand Canyon of a divide. It isn't. Here goes. So, empirically speaking, meaning, working it out from first principles and theory, etc. The UK government says, the UK regulator, not the government, the regulator says, on balance of probabilities and biology and how these things work, we expect it to work in the older age group as well. Whilst in the emergency of developing the vaccine and bringing the vaccine to the market, the AstraZeneca people could not do extensive trials in the older age group to see that it truly worked. But we feel on balance of probabilities and biology and how it's working, that it will work. So the regulator, the MHRA, says, yes, I say, yes, go for it. The European governments individually say, we haven't seen the evidence that it works, therefore we're not going to use it. Neither are wrong. It is a question of semantics. So absence of evidence is not evidence that it doesn't work. It's just that the evidence is absent. But it's not that the evidence says it doesn't work. It's absence of evidence. So because of the absence of evidence, but biological plausibility, the UK regulator said, use it. Some European regulators said there is absence of evidence, so we are hesitant to use it. The European Medicine Agency did say that it will work. So we've got individual European nations saying we don't know. If I were to make my own conclusion about this mess of mixed messaging, I think it is manipulation by politicians to cover their backs for shortages of the vaccine. So it's easy to say, isn't it? It doesn't work anyway. The truth is, you haven't got the vaccine, so you don't want your people to be angry with you. So one way to stop them being angry with you is to say, it doesn't really work anyway. Do you see the nuance? And I think that's at play here, because I saw it at play when there was a shortage of masks. The narrative was, we don't know if masks work. Deep down, I felt, actually, you didn't really have the masks, and that's why you were not keen to promote mask wearing.
Wow, thank you for that little insight there. So the concern I have is a lot of the elderly population, they get their vaccine, they get their second booster dose, and then they start feeling comfortable. They feel that, oh, we're protected. Is there a way of testing antibodies after you've had a vaccine done to see that you actually have immunity?
Yeah, but I wouldn't go down that path, and it's not a precise test. So that's first item. It's not a precise test. And because it's not a precise test, it's a meaningless test. In other words, if I were to take a blood sample from yourself, myself, others, and find no antibodies in there, does it mean I'm not immune? Does it mean I am immune, but I didn't find the antibodies? We don't know. We haven't got a precise test which tells us you are immune, because I took this test and I found this marker inside your blood to tell me you're definitely immune. So it's an imprecise test. It's a test that has never been developed, so we don't know. Now, look, this is why I'm saying it like this. When I inject you with the spike protein to induce immunity, there is a surge in antibodies, and that surge goes up, and then over the process of time, that antibody levels drop. That's how normal things work. But just because it has dropped does not mean you're not immune, because you'd have almost undetectable antibody levels, but The moment the virus enters your system, your body's B cells and T cells wake up, they stir into actions and shoot the antibody levels to high levels to fight this new invader very, very quickly. And that's how it works. So your body doesn't make antibodies for free, just hanging around there doing nothing. So that's why we don't have a test.
Got it. And what about the people that have already had COVID-19? And then, so they're saying some of these people, they're pretty sure they had COVID, then they do the antibody test, and then they don't have the antibodies. Do they have a different level of immunity that is just not being detected based on what you're saying?
No, with the passage of time, antibody levels will drop, but that doesn't mean they are not immune. We would expect them to remain immune. How long for, we don't know. But my advice to people who've had COVID is you should still be immunized, because the vaccine will stimulate your immune system and prime it to be in a prime condition in case you were to encounter the virus again. So if you had COVID, please get vaccinated. And if you've had COVID and you had an antibody test and the antibody levels were so low, therefore you think you're not immune, that's not true. There is no reliable test to tell us that you are immune or not immune after your infection or after your immunization.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. This has been a really great conversation because you're answering so many questions that so many people have out there. Now, as far as there are some people that have been recommended to not take the vaccine because of some autoimmune conditions that they have. Now, what are the options for those people?
So there are very few people to whom I would say, don't take this or that. Let me start with that. So if you have severe, extensive allergies to a number of things, then we recommend that you don't take the Pfizer vaccine. Okay? So if you have severe, extensive allergies to a number of items, so it would be something like this: pollen, nuts, sesame seeds, bee stings, other allergens, lots and lots of extensive, severe, extensive allergies. Number one, extensive allergies meaning number of items. And number two, a extensive, serious reaction, like an anaphylactic type reaction if you were introduced to these peanuts, sesame oil, bee sting, etc. Then we say, don't take the Pfizer vaccine, but take the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine instead. It's not a case of don't be immunized. Okay, I must lay this to rest. Don't take the Pfizer vaccine. You can take the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine. Job done. Second point, do I really know of a group of people who should not be vaccinated at all? No. I think these vaccines are good for most people, if not all people. So this is, again, wonderful new vaccines that have been developed on modern, fancy, clever platforms, whereby I feel, as far as my knowledge goes, most people, all people, can benefit from this vaccine. I do not know of any group of people who should not take it. One more thing. Of course, I know that in some groups of people, the vaccine may not be as effective, but that is not the same as don't take it. The simple answer to members of the public is you take it, knowing full well that in some people, the vaccine may not produce a good immune response. That's different to don't take it.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, what is the future of vaccines at this point? Do you see that they're going to get more effective? Do you feel like there's better vaccines coming out? What do you feel?
The future is very bright. The future is brilliant, and it's a marvel of science. So because of antibiotic abuse, We're feeding antibiotics to animals to fatten them faster for the market. We're using antibiotics as food. It is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace upon politicians the world over for not stopping this as soon as they could have, should have, must have. They've failed to do this. As a result, we may not be able to do your hip transplant or your knee joint replacement or your aortic aneurysm or your serious abdominal surgery, etc., when we get antibiotics do not work anymore. And antibiotics do not work anymore because you've been feeding antibiotics to animals to fatten them up faster so that you make more profit. It's a shame. We need to address this urgently today. So we may be able to make vaccines against these bacterial infections where the antibiotics have stopped working. So that will be a new phenomena, a lifesaver. So when we have multi-drug resistant bacteria against which we have no antibiotics that work, it may just be possible to make vaccines that do the job instead. Second bit, we may be able to make vaccines that are bespoke for your cancer. So say you have a cancer, and then we make a bespoke mRNA vaccine to boost your immunity against that cancer growth. So instead of shoving lots of anti-cancer drugs to a cancer patient to kill the tumor, we give you a vaccine which then boosts your immune system to attack the tumor and kill the tumor. So that is a new development, cancer therapy via vaccines. I look forward to those developments. The marvel of getting a sample of your tumor, making a bespoke mRNA vaccine for your cancer therapy, giving it back to you, getting your immune system, not chemicals, not medicines, your immune system to fight the tumor off and control it or kill it is a marvel. This is wonderful times.
Wow, that's quite exciting development that's coming out.
It's good. It's very good.
Now, with the vaccine coming out, can you just reiterate why it's important that people still wear their masks?
Yeah, it's again, very good question, Sheila. I love you. You're good, you are. So with the immunization, we are protecting you from severe illness. In some cases, you will get mild infection, an infection that makes you either asymptomatic or symptomatic. And if you are infected, you are also infectious. So if you are infectious, you could go on to infect other people who have not been immunized. And if they get the infection, they could get severe illness and die. Therefore, it is important that we keep the case numbers down by saying, I have got my vaccine protection, but I may have a mild illness and I might go on to infect other people. And also it is in your self-interest. The self-interest goes as follows. If we don't all behave and suppress infection globally, then these variants will keep on emerging. And if the variants keep on emerging, one of these variants could come out, which knocks everything out. And we are back to square one. So it is in everyone's self-interest to keep case numbers down, both for the vaccinated people and the unvaccinated people.
Wow, that is just great advice. Let's spend some time, Dr. Bharat, talking about transmission again. Even though it's almost a year of having COVID-19 out there, I still see people doing silly things and wearing their mask underneath their nose. I still see touching the faces, not the adequate hand washing. Let's just go through the steps again. I know we've done this a few times, but I just feel like we just need to keep re-emphasizing it. Let's go through the how important it is to keep safe and some safety precautions that we can take.
Yeah, so Sheila, the Japanese came up with this simple thing, and it's so beautiful. It's avoid the 3 C's. So avoid getting close to other human beings. That's one of the C's. Avoid crowds and avoid closed spaces. So closed means indoor places with poor ventilation. Avoid it. Avoid your crowded buses, tubes, and trains. Avoid your restaurants, etc. That's your crowded places. And then avoid getting close to other people who are not part of your circle. So if you practice those 3 C's, you're on to a winner. The second bit is modes of transmission. We need to accept and admit that we were wrong. It's always good to say, actually, were we wrong, or was it a case of we didn't really know? Maybe it's a bit of both. So the bit of both is, I think there is considerable aerosol transmission of this virus. We started off with it is droplet spread and dirty surfaces with which you can introduce the infection to your nose and mouth. So modes of transmission are now, as of current knowledge, your dirty hand introducing it to your mouth and nose. 1. Second point, droplets from myself infecting you. So if you are next to me and we are in an animated long conversation, I could be sending you some droplets which will infect you. The third bit that we never addressed properly is I could be in this room, have a big sneeze, a big cough or whatever, and leave an area suspended, a volume of air suspended with my virus particles. And then you walk into the room. I've gone, I'm not in the room. You walk into the room, you say, well, there's nobody here in the room, but I was there 20 minutes ago, yeah? So you walk into the room, you inhale the air, you get infected. That's your aerosol transmission. So because aerosol transmission is a big component of getting infected, this is why I emphasize avoid closed spaces where there are too many humans coming and going or already present. Open your windows, dilute the number of virus particles that are circulating in that indoor space so that if you were to get hit, you only get hit by a fewer number and therefore you don't get infected. So this aerosol business is so important. I must emphasize that you wear your mask, you wear a good quality mask. You might even have to wear 2 masks now that these variants are more infectious. But please, my advice is buy a good quality mask, a very good quality mask. And second point, wear it properly. It's so important. I want to demonstrate this to you. So you take these things, okay, nice and clean, right? You know, do have clean masks. It's important. Now then, watch me, please. This is really important. Don't go here, please. Don't go here. This is ridiculous. Definitely not here, but don't go here. Watch, please. Go to the top of your nose and you press that metal thing that's inside the mask to mold it against your nose. Now watch what has happened, right? It's molded, and it's molded high up here. And then hold it here like this and pull it down. So it's nice and tight and snug fitting. You can even put surgical tape here if you wear glasses to stop them steaming up. You see, this is the way to wear it properly. And you really must wear your mask properly. Otherwise, you're only cheating yourself. You're making yourself vulnerable to wearing your mask like this. Do you see how the steam is coming out? Right? If it is coming out from me, it can also come from other people and find your nose, and it will infect you. So don't wear a symbolic mask because it will infect you. Then what? So wear it properly. Stop those little particles getting to your nose and mouth. It is in your interest.
Thank you for that demonstration. Yeah, you're right. And also a lot of people, they'll touch their mask that's been out. You know, the virus is out there, it goes onto your mask and then they touch it and they take it out like this. Remember, when you're taking it off, you have to take it off from the side and don't touch the surface of the mask, because then if you touch it, it's now in your hands and then you touch your face.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you for that, Sheila. Thank you.
Are you finding now that the COVID-19 has been out for so long that there's more information about how long it is suspended in the air? So for example, if someone walks in and does sneeze or coughs in the air and then you walk in, how long do we think it stays airborne?
There are various learned journal publications on this matter, and it can range to, from a few minutes to up to 3 hours. So this idea of it being floating in the air, invisible but present, has to be taken seriously, and it could be up to 3 hours, which is quite serious, really. So there's plenty of literature. People can look it up in learned journals. Different studies report different times.
3 hours seems like a really long. That's a huge amount of time. I mean, that means that it must be very contagious if you've got 3 hours of just sitting in the air. Now,
we also feel it's an element of resuspension. That's the other thing that we need to bear in mind, that, it lands on a surface and then there is turbulence and then there is drying out. And as it dries out, the heavy droplet that dries out becomes the new droplet that is now airborne. So, this is simple physics, which we were sort of switched off to. We switched our brains off to. A heavy droplet falls down, fine. But a heavy droplet can become a small droplet as it dries out. And as it dries out, and it's now become a tiny droplet, it can become airborne. It can be resuspended into air. Basic fundamental biology and physics and aerodynamics.
Which also is a concern if it's landed somewhere and then you wipe that surface down thinking you're cleaning it. If you're not wiping it correctly, you could make it airborne again.
Correct. And I feel very sorry for people who are on very low wage, minimum wage, poorly trained, poorly equipped, poor PPE. I'm referring to cleaners and people who maintain these buildings and things. They should get the best PPE, etc., to protect them, poor people. I feel very sorry we don't treat our workers with dignity and care and sympathy and care that we really need to give to fellow human beings. They should be given good PPE and good wages and given good instructions on don't generate the aerosol, go in there, damp it down, and then wipe the surface clean. And then we teach them. I'm privileged to be working in several places where I teach how to don, meaning put on your PPE, and doff, meaning take it off, but take it off in a clever way, like you demonstrated, so that you don't pose a risk to yourself or to others.
For the general public that don't have the proper PPE, for example, the N95s, which have been proven to be quite effective, they are saying, like you mentioned, the double masking, but the double masking still has to be 2 good quality masks. Can you elaborate a little bit about what makes a mask good quality?
So what we need is a mask that is going to fit snug over your nose, under your chin, and it is tight fitting, number 1. Number 2, it has to have a water repellent outer layer. So the outer fabric is tight weave, in other words, small, tiny pores, and it holds them. So in other words, it doesn't sort of lose its efficacy after 6 hours use. So it's water repellent fabric on the outside with tiny pores. On the inner surface, it's an absorbent layer, and then a final outer layer, which is so it's 3 layers now, an outer layer which is also absorbent. So if you look at this, this is a water repellent outer layer, tight weave. Then inside here is a absorbent layer, and then inside this layer is another layer which is also absorbent. So you need at least a 3-layered, 2 layers on the inside absorbent, and an outer layer which is water repellent and a tight weave.
Any particular materials that for these homemade masks that are good?
I personally prefer we need to move away from the homemade masks, because the risks are people don't understand the difference between a tight weave fabric, a water repellent fabric, and an ordinary fabric. So now I wish to say it is better you buy something that is certified, and it's not that expensive, but certified that it is properly made mask. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I think it is better to move people to go and buy a good quality mask.
Got it. So we have quite a few questions that have come in. So one of the questions is it still safe to go outdoors without a mask?
So I've changed my advice on going outdoors with or without a mask. And my answer would be as follows. If you were to walk out of your front door and go out in the woods and there's hardly anybody there, fine, no problem. If you were to go out of your front door and go to your high street where there is a few hundred people down your high street, and you will be passing people almost every 10 meters or so as you walk by, wear a mask, definitely. I'm sorry I've had to change my thinking, but now that we've got a new variant which is more infectious, so if I was in an outdoor place with lots of humans present, wear a mask.
So based on your comment about outdoor transmission, how long do you think that the virus stays suspended outdoors if somebody coughs and sneezes?
I think it's not a question of it stays, but it's a question of it
like dissipating.
It's so the good thing is that there is considerable quick dilution of the virus particles that anyone secretes outdoors. Therefore, outdoors is a very safe environment. The trouble is when I am passing by other people in an outdoor arena, I could unfortunately catch their shower of millions of virus particles being secreted. So as I walk past somebody, they may be shedding trillions of virus particles, and I would be unlucky to catch it and then get infected. So it's a case of, as I walk past you or I stop by you for a few minutes, I may get hit. That's the issue.
So again, it's back to that viral load, like how much they're taking out. And we still don't know what the amount of viral load someone needs to be infected. Some people it could be a few particles, some people could be a lot more. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed, depending on your vulnerability, etc. But the basic rule of thumb would be the greater the viral load, the greater the probability of getting severe disease.
And the interesting thing is globally now that they're doing so much research on all, like even the genetic component, like some people have more predisposition to getting severe COVID than others because of their genetic component. So I guess time will tell. We'll be getting more data, more information. I mean, we've already seen so much information and literature coming out in the last couple of months.
Yes, so I don't think there is the big genetic element. I think there is a big element of human factors that make you at greater risk of severe illness. One of the human factors is poverty. So if you are poor, the sequence of events that happens to poor people makes them more likely to get infected and then severe illness and problems. Let me elucidate more. So if you are in a poor occupation or poor circumstances, you're more likely to work in more at-risk jobs. The bus driver, the taxi driver, the chef, the cook, the cleaner, the person working in public places, the shopkeeper, the shop assistant, all of those people regularly exposed to other humans, infecting them. And then when they go home, they will also have their brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, etc., also in similar occupations, all coming home, bringing their risks back home. And then in that home, smaller home, there's a greater chance of them getting infected. Then the other reason is that when you are poor, you also have poverty of nutrition and diet and all those other things. So if you have conditions like diabetes, blood pressure, heart disease, etc., your chances of severe illness if you got infected increase. So it's all those items that target, for example, in the UK, the Black, Asian, minority ethnic group of people. The bottom line is poverty. Poverty is the killer. And it is a failure of government to gaslight. On the one hand, we have a problem with BAME people, but on the other hand, not to say, well, actually, the bigger problem is poverty, right? And take that thing, it's not only BAME people, but it is all people who are in poor circumstances or poverty are at greater risk of infection and severe illness.
Absolutely. How do you explain, Dr. Bharat? Sometimes there's these cases where you have a whole family and someone's infected, comes in, spending time with the rest of the family members, they're eating, staying together, but then some members don't get infected and some do.
Yeah, it's a conundrum, and it's a lovely question of you to ask again. And it really is a conundrum. We don't know, is because I've come across this, and difficult to explain. Could there be some sort of, you are together, but you're not together, or could it be that other people who are not part of your group are easier to infect you by? And I think there's both of those at play here, which is within your own group. So we've got husbands and wives together. Husband is infected, and by amazing observation, the wife doesn't get infected. How come? On the other hand, the visitor comes into the home and he manages to infect the whole home. Why that? There's a lot to learn.
Yeah, I've noticed that with my patients. So, that's why I thought maybe there was a genetic component that we just didn't really know about. So we have a couple more questions, which is, Dr. Bharat, does steam help if somebody has COVID? Steam inhalations.
So we have no scientific proof that it helps. That's the answer. Having said that, if you think about it, it's a mechanical process whereby there's lots and lots of secretions, your airways are blocked, it's blocked by mucus and secretions and so on. So my answer to you would be as follows. No evidence that steam helps. On the other hand, if you feel subjective, feel good, you feel better after inhaling some steam and some vapors and all those things, be my guest. I'm not here to be restrictive and say, don't do it, etc. I don't think there is any evidence of harm. Otherwise, I would have said, don't do it. So, but I have no evidence that it helps. But I have knowledge that people feel better by having used it. And I say, if it makes you better, be my guest.
Got it. The other question we have from our global audience out here, we have a question on selenium and vitamin D. How effective is it in helping with COVID?
Yeah, so it's a lovely question. We've not got evidence that it's the vitamin D deficiency that causes you to have poor outcomes. But what we do know is that you do need good vitamin D levels to maintain good overall immune responses to a range of infections and illnesses. So it's a case of you should always be topped up with all your vitamins and things to maintain good general health. Therefore, make sure you are either eating well, having enough exposure to sunlight, or taking supplements. But am I saying that you need to take supplements so that it protects you against COVID? That's different. I haven't got that evidence. So this applies to both your vitamin D and your zinc and your vitamin C and your selenium. Now, selenium is very interesting. I've always been interested in selenium, and selenium gives me a pointer to your diet should be as varied as possible. It should be of greens, vegetables, berries, nuts, ferment, and a little bit of protein. And if you had all of those big variety of diet, you will pick up your selenium that way. Brazil nuts are very good in selenium. And I'm not asking you to eat Brazil nuts every day, but if that was a part of your regular intake every few weeks, etc., it will do you good.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. This was such an amazing session. We could probably talk for hours and hours, and there's always so many questions coming in. So hopefully you'll be coming back again and having another session and giving us another update soon. On the final words, is there anything that you would like to share? I know you're very passionate about many things when it comes to the vaccine, the global distribution, and so many things. Is there anything that you would like to share with our global audience? Healing Our Earth touches over 174 countries. So what would you like to share, Dr. Bharat?
I would like to say that humanity is wonderful and we can be the force for good, and we need to push our politicians to do the right thing. So I'm really pleased and very proud of India giving its vaccines to other countries. We should encourage other countries, especially the richer Western nations, to donate the vaccines to other nations as well. Encourage politicians to enable creation of plants to manufacture the vaccines at speed. It's not a case of we will get around to it. You must do it now, immediately, within the next 6 months, to make vaccines under license and royalties to make it available to all of humanity. And finally, and this is really, really important, we are in this crisis because humanity messes with nature. If we wish to prevent further disturbances of nature and emerging new nasty viruses, then we must play the prevent card. Prevention is better. So you can spend billions of pounds preventing the emergence of new viruses. And if you don't want to do that, you will pay the price of spending trillions and trillions and trillions of pounds like we have after the virus emerged. So prevention is good. Don't mess with nature. That's a very important message. And we should hold our politicians to account to say, what prevention work have you done?
Wow, thank you so much for that. And how do we follow you? Can you tell us a little bit of your Twitter feed and other social media aspects?
So I like to put up updates every day, just so that little bit of knowledge then builds up a much more extensive level of knowledge taken in drops every day. So I'm on Twitter as Dr. Saib, DOCTORSHAIB, all one word, Dr. Saib. And our Indian Asian audience will understand that handle Dr. Saib much better than many other people will. So that's the Twitter plate. The other bit is, of course, I also post as many international and national interviews I can on my YouTube channel. And over there, you will find me by looking for Dr. Bharat Pankhania, all one word, on YouTube. Dr. Bharat, Bharat, Pankhania, Pankhania, and that's the YouTube channel.
Thank you. And I know we're going to be literally every time I switch on the television, you're on one of the channels, CNN, BBC. So we'll be seeing you quite regularly. How many interviews have you done so far, Dr. Bharat? Do you have an idea?
I think it is over 15,000 interviews in 1 year. And that equates to many interviews per day. And to be truthful, it is my pleasure to serve humanity because I do it for free. We don't get a fee for this. It's not done because I'm getting paid. I do it from the warmth of my heart because I feel I have a message to give to all of humanity to keep safe. Let's make the world a better place.
Thank you. And thank you for all the great work that you do. And it's been an honor to have you on our show. And we look forward to hearing from you again in a couple of weeks where you can give us some more update and some wonderful advice like you did today. Thank you, Dr. Bharat.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So as we are coming to an end, we had an amazing couple of hours learning about sleep, the importance of sleep, making sure that you're getting those 7 to 8 hours of good quality sleep. And if you do have any sleep issues, making sure you speak to your doctor. Also, if there's any medical issues, making sure you are getting medical care, the hospitals are safe. Just make sure you're in communication with your medical doctor. Then we heard from Dr. Butt that talked about the importance of nutrition and eating lentils and really supporting our gut microbiome to making sure that we have a balanced microbiome. And then finally, we had an amazing session with Dr. Bharat Pankhania, world-renowned COVID expert, telling us such great advice. And all of these recordings are available on the website, www.healingourEarth. This was our 60th session, which started all the way back in April. And now we've been globally coming out every Sunday, providing great free content. We are trying to provide love, peace, and harmony at your doorstep. Next week, we have Valentine's special, which is on February the 14th, which is Sunday. You might not be close to your loved ones, but you are part of our global family, and we will be sharing a lot of love here on Healing Our Earth. If you want to propose to someone you love, or if you want to say something sweet to somebody you care about, your family, your mom, your dad, or any kind of affection, please reach out to us on the website and we will make that happen. If you want to sing a song for our global audience, this is a global community. We all are volunteers, thanks to our director, Neil Kumar, who put this together. We are just trying to get together, make a difference in this world and help everybody heal and feel happy and lead a better life. So this is the time I'd like to say thank you on behalf of our producer and director, Neil Kumar, and the whole team at Healing Our Earth. We would like to thank all our guests and our wonderful speakers, our channel partners, Mental Health Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Bhakti Sangar TV, Simran Ahuja Official, Hindu Forum of Europe, Sanskriti, Sunrise Radio UK, plus all the other partners that we haven't mentioned. And special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.ndus.co.uk. And finally, our global audience, thank you for being part of our family. We are here for you. I know it's a difficult time, but you're part of our community and we love you. And please follow us on social media, healingourEarth.com. I'm available on Instagram, Dr. Sheila Doby, and we look forward to seeing you next week for our romantic and loveful Valentine's special.